Hey guys. Waiting for Vinny to come in here. Can you guys hear me? We'll probably leave that over there. Can you guys hear me? Just let me know in the comments section. Oh, awesome. Hey, what's up, Nick? Here's our DJ, you guys. Whoa. The man, the myth. Whoop. Okay, Michelle, thank you. Thank you for that. We'll check it out. So how is everybody? I see Michelle's here. I see Park is here. Nick is obviously here. Dwayne. Yep, I'm in the house. I got all ready for the stream and then Vinny was like, I'm going to the gym. You want to come? And I'm like, are you serious? My hair was done. My makeup was done. So I did go, but I don't feel as fresh. Goth Mama, you heard some bad news? What was it? Bertle, you just woke up? Oh yeah, you're in a different time zone. What time is it over there? Yeah, Jambi, he has got all kinds of songs. When I was putting the title in there, I'm like, yo, there's no one band that's repeated the whole stream. Jeez, Jambi. Goth Mom, what happened? Oh, it's 3 a.m., Bertle? Why are you awake? No, why is everybody asking if there's the Beatles? There's no Beatles. Michelle, who's Duh? I had a little tiff with Duh today when I went to check on my parents. He was smoking his tobacco pipe and I took it away from him. Is that your dad? What's up, Blair? Today was a pretty uneventful day for me. I got up, got some stuff done, returned some emails, returned some messages on Patreon, hung out with the kids, did some cooking, and went to the gym and set up for this stream. That was about it for today. Oh, man. Goth Mama, I'm sorry to hear that. Jeez. Do they know why? Oh, you said it was a mental health issue? That's awful. So sorry to hear that. And somebody that age too, that's even like, they could be your grandparent. Oh, I'd play the Beatles. Man, seems like everybody's getting COVID. Blair, you're just getting over it now? Did they change it to 5 days instead of a 10-day quarantine? Jambi, I think we listened to a Beatles song. Let me check. Yeah, we did Strawberry Fields and Helter Skelter. Greetings from Singapore. Yeah, Blair, that's what we did. We did the 10-day thing. And then because we have so many kids, it kept just moving to the next one and to the next one. They told us to quarantine the kids, but I ended up setting up like a, basically like an ICU in our living room. And I got shower curtains that were see-through. And then I hooked them to the ceiling and then hooked them to the floor also. I duct taped them to the floor and stapled them to the ceiling all the way around. So it created like a little box. So that nobody was by themselves. They were inside the box. So they were quarantined, but they weren't like with the rest of us. But they were still in the living room area. So they were still in the main part of the house. You need to listen to George Harrison's My Sweet Lord, like right now. Really. And My Sweet Lord. We're still waiting for Vinny, so hold on, let me see. I don't know if I'll have time to get it to do it, but I'll try. No, that's not what I want. GMB, tell me the name of the band again. My Sweet Lord. Oh, George Harrison. Here's the lyrics. Okay. Hold on. This is... okay. It's coming. We did this one time where we did like rapid fire stream where we didn't break down the lyrics or talk about them. We just rated the song. We did so many of them. We were doing it for like 10 hours or something. Yeah, Bird, it really depends on the person. I've had people messaging me that are, you know, in good health and they get hit so hard with COVID. And then I have other people that they just breeze right through it. No issues at all. I'm like, this is crazy. Like it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of rhyme or reason. Obviously people that are in like bad health, it can get really serious for them. But, do the official? No way, Middle Earth. I'm not doing the official. Okay, here we go. Interesting.
My sweet Lord, my Lord, my Lord, I really want to see you, really want to be with you, really want to see you, Lord, but it takes so long, my Lord, my sweet Lord.
That was so shocking, Jambi. I totally expected it. When it started and the sound of it, it sounded like your typical, like, you know, like kind of old-fashioned sort of Christian-y songs, like something I would have heard in church growing up. And then I saw Middle Earth say his god is Krishna, and I'm like, I didn't actually think so. I didn't think that was going to be it. I thought you're just like trolling. But then he started in like saying the names. I'm like, oh my gosh, it really is. That's so crazy. I still really like it though. There's I guess like Muslims, they're not allowed to listen to instruments, and so they make the most beautiful songs just using their voices. And I'm like, so Vin went, you know, he goes through like different phases where he'll like study a certain topic. He was on this kick for a while where he was like studying Islam, and he was playing that, and it was really, really cool. I really, really liked it. It makes you think of a Lost Love Skull Cowboy. What's up, Big Timber? Yeah, I liked it though. It had like a sweetness to it. And how long did he live after he made this song? Because I was like, what sort of meeting does he mean? Jimmy, tell me anything you know about the song, because I'd like to read that in the comment section. DJ Mike Franco, you're gonna have to keep your eye out. You may be surprised. Oh, Davey, that's sad that all of your immediate family is gone. That's one thing, like, not one thing, but it's like one of the things that I enjoy having lots of kids for is, you know, Vinny and I are not going to be around forever. Eventually it's going to be our time to go. And I like knowing they'll all still have each other. Sorry, everybody's gone. That's really sad. Franco, I don't remember what I said. Oh, no, I'm saying you're gonna have to wait and see what the Muse song is. If it's the one you're hoping for. I might be able to read your poem. Let's see. Let me see if I can bring it up here. Boop, boop, boop. I'm assuming you sent it to vinandsory@gmail.com. I think it would be fun to have like a stream like that where I'm like, send all of your art here, and then you just keep sharing it up on the screen. I'll probably do that at some point. I would really enjoy that. I love seeing people's like expressions of art in all of its different forms. Shoot, Davey, that's sad. Were you seeking out help for it? Because you know what, your life's not over. There's still more people out there. I mean, obviously it's sad about your wife, but you know, there's still good out there. So, you know, do the necessary work to be able to heal as much as you can from your PTSD. And then, you know, perhaps there'll be good things in your future. What's up, Kevin? No, you haven't missed anything. We're still waiting on Vin. We haven't even started the stream yet. Nick, hopefully you don't have to get up early tomorrow. Okay, so let me see about this this poem. I'm sorry. Michelle, send it again. We kind of get a lot of emails, so, and I don't know how long ago you sent it, so yeah, just send it again. vinandsory@gmail.com. I'm coming back to the stream, bitches. Oh, let me get rid of this. Nobody has to know we. Now I have 2 things up. Okay. Are we good? Michelle, did you send it to the secret email? Or did you send it to vinandsory@gmail.com? Because I am not seeing it here. No, maybe you sent it to my secret one. I'm not seeing it anywhere, Michelle. So I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. Yeah, it's vinandsorry@gmail.com, but obviously there's no spaces in there. No, there's an and. What's up, Mark? I just added a thumbnail to your stream. Oh my word, Goth Mama. Don't even worry about that. I mean, how many times have all of us showed up a little dark? Sometimes I have to edit old streams and I'm all pissy in the stream and I'm like, okay, I was having a bad day. That's obvious. That poor person. So no, we all have, and you know, this is when you need your family the most. So stick around if you want to. Obviously no forcing you, but... Oh man, Davey, you're so lucky. I love it when there's giant storms. We just had a pretty big one here and then it rained after, so like all the snow is gone. It was very disappointing. Yeah, I love big storms. All right. Yeah, Franco, that's totally cool. Whenever you get a chance, just message me at my secret email and we'll work out a date for you. Nick, I'm assuming you're trying to keep that Muse song a secret, but I'm not sure. There's mad people keep asking about it, so do what you will. Did we ever get our package? I did get one package. It was turquoise that we haven't opened yet. Is that was that from you? It was a small one like this. Okay, let me see about that. Let's see if, okay, Shadow Girl. Here it is. Okay, here's a poem, you guys, from Michelle while we're waiting for Nick's stream to start. As soon as Vinny gets here, we're going to start up his stream. Just put this on. Okay, ready? You did, Davey? I do not believe we received that. That's odd. Send me a message. Send me a message. Email me. Shadow Girl, whisper to me sweetly. Feed my ears. Pretty eyes hide a lingering fear. In my eyes so hauntingly ache. Beautiful dark. Reflection my shadow self. Shadow Girl, she's my eyes. Stare into my soul. Dark reflection of self, my shadow girl. Why do you love? Why do you love me or my shadow girl? One and the same. This reflection, she sings back to me, my shadow girl. Shadow Girl, she's my eyes. Stare into my soul, dark reflection of self, my shadow girl. In a touch, she shatters my shadow girl. Ache in my screams, she betrays me nightly. Shadow Girl, she's my eyes. Stare into my soul, dark reflection of self, my shadow girl. Oh wow, that's deep. That would be I think that if I was gonna do like an art night, I would have people send me their art and then a short paragraph of what it meant to them, so we could read that like directly after. I think that would be cool. Okay, I'm coming back to the stream. Yeah, XBM says, yeah, Goth Mama, stay your ass here with us all. Will ya? Got another reaction channel to Harlequin Forest. He loved it. It is just wrong. Big facts. Tasco, what, do they do a rating system, and what did he rate it? Jambi, we probably, if you watch on the channel, we probably, if it had candy in it, then we probably did a reaction to it with the kids. Because there was quite a few. There was like a little phase where people were sending boxes of candy from their places, and the kids were trying it. And then the kids were getting too picky about it. And I was like, you guys, people are going to stop sending it to you if you guys are... They were like, ugh, because everything tasted like licorice and they all hate licorice. The Beatles collection. Ooh. We're sending you hugs, Goth Mama. Right back. Yeah, that's an interesting way of doing it. Just listen to it and don't even rate it. Okay, so Michelle said that she wrote that after she relapsed a month ago. During that time she was crying and her husband and mother couldn't calm her down. Oh, and so then you wrote that poem. Where's my nemesis Amy? I think she's taking the night off, she said. Licorice is delicious, even the black ones. I don't think it's delicious. Oh yeah, Jamie. One person, I don't know who sent it, but they sent like a lot of stuff with chocolate in it, and that package was like the bomb. I have no clue who had sent it, but there was all kinds of stuff. Even I was like tempted to take it from the kids. There was like hazelnut candy in there. It was like hazelnut chocolate, that's my favorite type of chocolate. Yeah, Maine can kind of be like that too, Middle Earth, where it'll be like really great weather and then it'll change drastically. Yeah, Skull Cowboy. Poems are a great way to make the screams stop. Wow. I think music functions like that too, for lots of people. Music, for me, if it's like kind of like playing over there and a journal while I'm writing, that's a good feel. And also prayer. Sometimes prayer is like literally the only thing that can help me. Blacklist. Gross, Tasco. Tasco says that black licorice is Satan's boogers. That's so nasty. It's long. When I was in school, so when I was in 5th grade, that's when my parents took me out to homeschool me. But prior to that, we were in a bunch of different private schools, like 3 or 4 different private schools, which were all terrible in all their own separate ways. But one of them, I was in the 1st grade. And there was this kid that I had a crush on. What was his name? Shoot. Usually you can remember the kids from like way back, their names, but I can't seem to remember his name off the... Levi was his brother, but I don't remember what the kid's name was. Anyway, so he sneezed in class. And now I'm not sure if this was like real or not, but there was like it was like from his nose to the floor, like long green booger. But now I'm thinking about it and I'm like, yo, that probably was slime. Now that I'm saying the story out loud, that probably wasn't even real. He probably had that planned and wanted to do a big thing in front of the teacher. It was probably just slime. Black licorice is amazing. But then again, I'm Scandinavian. Yeah, I'm not really... Ugh. Yeah, Michelle, the postpartum is... if you're already somebody that has issues with, mental illness or, battling the darkness... Like, I think that we all have to battle darkness in different ways and for different, time periods and... intensities, I guess you could say. But when you're having postpartum, plus your body is healing from delivering a baby, like the struggle is real. And the other thing that's difficult is that because we don't live like in a community, we don't have like other sisters that are like right there. Like back when they would go down to the river to wash their clothes together and stuff like that, like they were closer because they lived like in a small little community. But now, because we're not like that, you're kind of like separated by yourself, and so you're surrounded by people that have no freaking clue what you're going through. So in my house, I've got all my kids who are super helpful and great when whatever I need, they're right there to help me. I've got my husband, he's awesome, but nobody understands what it's like to go through postpartum and to deal with already a troubled mind, and then on top of that, like the emotions and everything that goes with all of your hormones changing, and everything is so drastic. It's serious. And I was just reading Mom's post, and she was saying that when she went for her, when she was about to have her son, she had so many visits, and like right up at the end they're doing like mad visits, and then after you have the baby and you go home, they don't see you again for 6 weeks, and so you're kind of like on your own to heal and struggle. And but the baby will have multiple appointments, but it's just like they have no use for a mother once she has her baby. And I think that there should be a lot more post-delivery care for mothers, their mental health, their just to make sure, even just the assurance that your body is healing as it should, because especially when it's your first one, you have no friggin' clue, and your body has never been so, messed up before like that. It's like friggin' a car accident, it feels like. And there's no help. It's pretty terrible. So, yeah, Goth Mama, it's hard. It's really hard. Type 33 if you still miss Vin. Oh, Tasco, how dare you? You know what? I'm going to do it. I miss Vinny. 33. But yeah, it's, when I had my first, the postpartum was so, oh my gosh, it was so bad. And I didn't have any other kids besides her. And then, my husband was not very, I would tell him, I would be like, I'm getting up like every hour and a half to 2 hours to feed her. And I'm exhausted and my body is healing. It was so like dark for me, like in my soul. And I couldn't understand why it was so dark, because I really, really wanted to be able to have children. And then here I have a child, and why wasn't I happy? And that was confusing and scary. And then everything that you go to buy when pacifiers or blankets or anything, like everything said, this prevents SIDS. And so like SIDS is on the brain, like your baby's going to die in the middle of the night. And so every time like I went to go into her room to get her to feed her, I was terrified that I was going to find her not even alive. And then I would feed her, and it was so difficult and it was so dark. And I had told him, I said, if you could just get up with me, at least one of the times that I have to get up during the night, because he only worked 3 days a week and then he had the rest of the week off. So I said, and then just, rub my feet so it will help, but he not even once, he didn't even, and I thought he would do it once I said it, but not even once. Vinny's good though. Like there would be nights where I would tell him, I'd be like, can you just you get the baby and bring the baby to me during the night and stuff. And, he's been, every time I have a baby, he's very supportive. I think to the best that he can be as a man. Like, I do think that like midwives and stuff like that to kind of like work through it is very important. Yep. Vinny will be coming. Don't worry. Fit for an autopsy. Did you do it yet? No. We didn't even start, Ian. Like all we're doing right now is waiting for Vin. I'm not even sure why he's not in here yet, but I'm sure he'll be along. My daughter Rose is the best medicine I could ever ask for. Yeah. And they're wicked sweet. The babies, but at the same time, like they're a lot of work. And if you're nursing there, that has all of its set of complications. There's just a lot, but, okay. Yeah, okay, so right there, I need your advice. Sorry, I had a nightmare last night about my daughter getting COVID. I'm so afraid of telling Devon about it. Seriously, Michelle, that is like part of, one thing that I would do is just start praying about it. Just, pray that God would protect her and stuff like that. But that is another thing that happens with postpartum that they don't really talk about until you talk to them about it. Like when my last little one was born, I was having nightmares constantly that I was going to find him purple in his bed. I was just terrified and nothing was making me feel better, whatever. And then but I was afraid to talk to the doctor about it because I was like, I sound like I'm crazy. And then when I told her, she said that it's common for new moms to be worried that something's going to happen to the baby and that's just another part of postpartum. So it didn't like help, but it did help that she told me that, because I was like, okay, so this is within the realm of normal. So, you're having that dream and it's it's a good opportunity to say, you know what, I'm just going to pray for the baby and take precautions, everything that you can do to take precautions. If you can have your groceries delivered or whatever, you know, just to kind of stay out of the public for as much as you can, to kind of keep like a little bubble around that baby so the baby can grow a little bit to, you know, to get better there. Hold on, let me find out what's going on with these. Okay. Well, you know, Michelle, that's a common thing. So, you know, I wouldn't worry too much about it, but my one concern is that you don't feel comfortable to be weak in front of him. Because, you know, like part of being a woman is, you know, you have those extra emotions, you have the hormonal changes and all that stuff. So the fact that you don't feel like that it's a safe environment for you to be able to express like your concerns, you know, perhaps you're overthinking it and maybe he's actually a very supportive person, or maybe it's something that he needs to grow in to be more supportive to you, that you would feel more comfortable to be able to tell him your concerns and your fears. Is postpartum and postnatal the same thing? You know, Tasco, I don't know what postnatal is, but postpartum is just like a depression that kind of comes over you after you have the baby. Because literally once you have the baby, the second that it's born, like you have a hormone drop that's like rapid, because before you had all the hormones going for the baby and then they're done. And over the next like couple days, it gets really, really intense. And then for the next couple months to a year, it can be pretty difficult. I always just keep reminding myself that it's postpartum, and I give myself space to feel negatively, because it's a difficult transition. And I think it's a little harder too, the older that I get. Not sure. Why are you guys always okay, wait a minute. Easy baked coven. Okay, what is this easy baked coven that you guys keep talking about? I keep seeing it pop up in the stream, but usually we're in the middle of a review whenever I've seen it. Yeah, Jambi, I think that part of what you're saying is right, but because right now we're in the middle of a pandemic and we don't know the effects that it's had and there's been so many deaths, then I think the bubble thing is important. Normally speaking, I don't think that people should keep kids in a bubble and keep them away from germs. I do think that they should, you know, play in the dirt and, you know, all that stuff. It's just in the middle of this where it's not super clear what's going to happen or how it's going to affect them, and the baby's only 4 months, I think she should absolutely take precautions. And secondly, like, if you did everything that you can do and, you know, something were to go wrong, at least you're like, okay, I did what I could do, you know? What are some of the thoughts you get during postpartum depression? I'm a guy, so I never know myself. Honestly, Ian, it's different for everybody. For when I had Selah, I felt like I was in a very, very deep hole that I could only see a small little light. And I had covered this was odd because I love the sunlight. I cannot stand being in the darkness. When the second I would wake up, the first thing I would do is always open up the shades. But I took blankets and I covered all of my windows and stayed in a lot of darkness a lot, which was really, really bizarre for me. And I didn't even understand it at the time. I just knew that I felt better when I was like that, but I'm not sure if it was better for me. I think I needed help, but I didn't know who to talk to. You can get, you know, they'll in the parenting books, they'll say stuff like, because the baby will be screaming a lot sometimes at the beginning and you're like new, so you feel everything you feel like is a commentary on yourself. So you think, oh my gosh, the baby's been screaming for hours or whatever, and you fed the baby, you've changed the baby, you try to get the baby to sleep, they're just not happy, and you feel like a bad mom, and they're constantly screaming. And so, like, there was a book that I read and I thought it was really important because they said, like, if you have a thought to just toss the baby out the window when they're screaming, just don't do that. But there was no condemnation for having any sort of crazy thoughts like that, because you're experiencing postpartum, you've got a baby screaming, you're not used to it. When I was a first-time mom, Selah was screaming and screaming and screaming and screaming, and I think that it was an issue with her milk. So while we were in transition trying to find something that would be better for her belly, she did a lot of crying. And there was just one night where I just felt like, my word, I felt like I just couldn't do it. And so I took her, I made sure she was changed and fed and safe in her little crib, and I laid her in her crib, and then I just went and closed the door and just took like some moments by myself and didn't allow the guilt to come in and make me feel like a bad person, because I felt like I was doing the best thing that I could do for her. She was safe, she was good, it was time for her to sleep, she just was fighting sleep. And probably her belly wasn't, doing so good. But it was tough. Yeah, Michelle, I also, suffered with depression all throughout my childhood. My mom said that when I was like 2 or 3 years old, I would just wake up screaming and crying. And so she started figuring out when I would wake up, and she would go in and she would kind of nudge my crib a little bit. When I'd feel the movement, I'd wake up and I'd start to scream. And then she would say, no, sorry, it's okay, sorry, it's a happy day. And then she would start doing little songs and stuff. And then I was good, and I think that still affects me as an adult. I think my first few moments, or the first 10 minutes that I wake up, kind of dictates how I feel for the next couple of hours, which is not necessarily the best thing, because sometimes, I just feel just bad when I wake up. So that's hard. And just trying to work through. That's the one thing about depression I think that is difficult, is sometimes there's no reason. If there's a reason for something, you can say, okay, well, this is why I feel this way, and this will get better when I do X, Y, and Z thing. But just depression without a reason, it can feel just so discouraging, because it's like, okay, so when is it going to leave, or when am I going to feel better? So, thanks for letting me know. Sorry, it's hard to understand depression if there isn't a definitive cause and it's just a chemical imbalance. Yeah, it's extremely difficult. And it can be hard to not condemn yourself, because it's like, well, you have no reason to feel this way, so stop feeling like this. But I am a person that kind of judges myself for a lot of things. And as my life became more complex and I was less able to live up to my own standards that I had created in my mind, there was more reasons to judge myself. So when it came to that, I was like, no, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to judge myself for feeling this way. I feel this way, and that's it. There's nothing that I can do about it for now, and it will pass, because it's a chemical thing. It's going to pass. I'm going to get leveled out. And I think that taking your vitamins still, your prenatals and stuff like that, after, to let your body have a chance to heal, is important. I get lazy about it and don't do it, but I definitely think people should do it. Yeah, exactly, Michelle. Just talk to your doctor about it, and make the decisions that are best for you, so that way you can be the best mom for your daughter, and try not to judge yourself in the process. Bertle says, I've been having depression now for the past 7 years. It's really tough. Yeah, it is. And there's some days where you kind of feel a little bit hopeful, like you're kind of coming out of it. And then sometimes you just can cycle back into it. And when it keeps happening day after day after day, you're like, am I ever going to get out of this? Or is this just always this my life now? So it's a difficult thing, but you have to be patient with yourself and understand the toll that it can take on the people around you. So just try to, make it better, make the best decisions for yourself and for others. Hi. Vinny's here. He's arrived. Well, we enjoyed our hangout time. We've been here for an hour. Have you ever heard,
I heard what?
This song right here. What's it called? Right here. George Harrison, My Sweet. Oh, what was it? Jambi, what was the name of it? He tricked me. It was about Krishna. I thought it was about Jesus, and then because it sounded like real, old school church.
Anything that's really about Krishna is about Christ.
Well, he went and he said a bunch of different names.
Hare Krishna. All right. What's the first song?
All right.
Perkinos, my boy. fellow yoke fellow. Everything is always reversed in this thing. All right.
Okay, so the first song on our list is Muse. Oh, you guys, you're about to find out if it's the new release or if it's an old one. People have been asking, and I don't believe that Nick let the cat out of the bag. What's going on?
See that right there?
Hold on.
The remote. Is this thing even on?
I think the battery died. Push it.
Already?
Yeah, we left it
Is that
running.
triples?
Oh. Yeah, it's triples.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
on.
Not really.
Is it the remote? Is the remote right there?
Babe, I don't know where you're pointing.
It's right there. You dumb butt.
Yeah, I don't see it. You keep
Diego
saying
in
right
the house.
there.
Code Slammer in the house. DJ Mark in the house. DJ Nick in the house. What's goody goody good? Is that one of the... Right there, babe. Are you serious? You blind?
Yo!
I'm so
are
blind.
AF.
So we turn this thing into a white?
Babe, look at it.
What? That's the red one.
I know that's the red one.
Where's the white one?
Push the on button. Yeah, it's not. It's just, this thing is dying, honey. Look, it's not even turning on now.
All right. I mean, I'm good.
Are you though?
Yeah. Can you pass the water?
Okay.
I'm dying of thirst. That's the problem, to be honest with you.
Here.
All right. Damn. Water. All right. First song is Muse. Let's get into it. 54:27. You time stamping? I imagine the angels would have been so confused when God pitched the idea of the platypus to them. Word, bro.
Okay, yep, we can do that. We're going to put up the official on the side.
You got the official over there?
Yeah, let me,
Okay.
or just do the intro and then I will...
We mean the commercial?
Commercial, yeah.
Okay. Commercial time! We shall return! I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get matched down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull
You
that
can
off.
also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee,
Can't
a
guarantee
positive
you a
review.
positive review.
Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed.
Oh, what's happening?
A child shall lead them.
Yep. Disable. Is that better?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
The child shall lead them. All right, dear listener, here we are. We got a lot of songs for you tonight, but the first one is from a band by the name of Muse.
Muse.
Song is
Okay, ready? You guys want to know? Do you really want to know? All right, we'll tell you. Won't Stand Down. Ladies and gentlemen, it is their brand new song.
By the Bond Muse! Let's go!
I never believed that I would concede and let someone trample on me. You strung me along, I thought I was strong, but you were just gaslighting me. I've opened my eyes and counted the lies, and now it is clearer to me. You are just a user and an abuser, living vicariously. I never believed that I would concede and get myself blown asunder. You strung me along, I thought I was strong, but now you have pushed me under. I've opened my eyes and counted the lies, and now it is clearer to me. You are just a user and an abuser, and I refuse to take it. Won't stand down, I'm growing stronger. Won't stand down, I'm old no longer. Won't stand down, you've used me for too long. Won't Now I'm coming back, a counterattack. I'm playing you at your own game. I'm cutting you out, a shadow of doubt is gonna hang over your name. I've opened my eyes, I see your disguise, I will never see you the same. I know how to win before you begin, I'll shoot you before you take aim. Now I'm coming back, a counterattack, a psychological war. I'm cutting you in, I'm under your skin, now I'm gonna settle the score. I've opened my eyes, I see your disguise, I will never see you the same. I know how to win before you begin, I'll shoot you before you take aim. Won't stand down, I'm growing stronger. Won't stand down, I'm old no longer. Won't stand down, you've used me for too long. Won't
Holy shit. Die alone. Y'all should see this official video.
Won't stand down, I'm growing stronger. Won't stand down, I'm old no longer. Won't stand down, you've used me for too long. Won't
Yo!
Wow. Okay. Wow. You guys should see the official music video. It's
That is
pretty
a
ridiculous.
strong freaking opening,
That is
DJ Nick.
pretty ridiculous. Wow.
That is a strong freaking opening. I'm setting the tone.
Wow. Okay.
That shit was heavy.
Freaky too.
Yeah, so this song is
the
about
guy's
people gaslighting people and all that shit.
Oh, is that what it was?
He literally used
Look,
the term-
babe, look, you didn't see him. He's going, he's like,
He's ascending,
yeah.
I think. Yeah, he used the term gaslighting in the lyrics itself.
Okay, I'm pulling up the lyrics right now.
Yeah, dear
Okay,
listener,
so-
I'll post them here, dear listener, so you can see as well.
Wow.
This is actually a pretty, a very lyrical song, actually. So
I never believed I would concede and let someone trample on me. You strung me along and I thought I was strong, but you were just gaslighting me. I've opened my eyes and counted the lies, and now it's clearer to me. You're just a user and abuser living vicariously. I never believed that I would concede and get myself blown asunder. You strung me along. I thought I was strong, but now you've pushed me under. I've opened my eyes and counted the lies. Now it's clearer to me. You are just a user and an abuser, and I refuse to take it. Won't stand down. I'm growing stronger. Won't stand down. I'm owned no longer. Won't stand down. You've used me for too long. Now die alone. I'm coming back a counterattack. I'm playing you at your own game. I'm cutting you out, a shadow of doubt. It's going to hang over your name.
Echo.
Philip says there's no echo. Oh, but Nick says we are. We are. He's the boss.
I just unplugged mine, plugged it back in. Let's see.
Oh, wow.
For the 100th time, epic echo.
I think that this is... Wait a minute. Did we figure out the echo? Are we good? Hello? Is there still an echo?
We'll learn in a second.
I think this is a really good song.
Well, we're not God, but I think he meant to say we're good. He said you're God. You're good. Is that echo?
Okay. We're playing I'm cutting you out. A shadow of doubt is going to hang over your name. I've opened my eyes. I see your disguise. I will never see you the same. Whoa. I know how to win. Before you begin, I'll shoot you before you take aim. Now I'm coming back, a counterattack, a psychological war. I'm cutting you in. I'm under your skin. Now I'm going to settle a score. I've opened my eyes. I see your disguise. I will never see you the same. I know how to win. Before you begin, I'll shoot you before you take aim. And he tells him to die alone again. Okay. Whoa. Wow. This is...
Yeah.
I think that this is a really important song, though, because there are lots of people that will gaslight other people, and like this person got to the point where, like they said, I never believed that I would concede and let someone trample on me. You strung me along. I thought I was strong, but you were just gaslighting me. And that feeling, that's not a good feeling when all of a sudden you realize that somebody's been doing that to you, because that's the whole thing with gaslighting, is you can fall for it for a while. And you can think that, especially if you believe that you, I'm talking about in a relationship, you know, if you believe that the person, that you and the person are the same, and that you guys are both going for the same goal, that you both want to love each other and respect each other and whatever, and then you just assume that the person is making mistakes and that they're not doing it on purpose. Mm-hmm. But, you know, like, in the past, because you were friends with the person that I was with, you know, and when they were saying that they were doing stuff on purpose, like that hurt more, because it was like, wow, like really? And that I think it hurt more because I fell for it. Like I didn't believe that the person was doing some of those things on purpose. I just thought that they were just, being making careless mistakes. Or making mistakes, or you know what I mean? Like, not that it was intentional. But you know what? That's the one thing they say, what is it in war? Never underestimate your opponent.
Yeah, the problem is that the people who gaslight you are generally not your opponents, they're your friends.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
At least from your vantage point. And that's what's so insidious about that concept. And it doesn't really matter what position you're in, because you would figure you're in a pretty big band, you're a rock star, you're probably a millionaire, so you're in this position of power. But there are people who are really good at manipulation. Yep. And, I call it jujitsu, where you can still control somebody even from a vulnerable situation, because, they will use your strength against you. They'll be like, oh, I guess you're a big rock star, you don't have time for me. I imagine stuff like that. Or people try to do it like, there was this guy who was like, oh, they're supposed to be Christians, but they don't get it because they're charging for songs, blah, blah, blah,
I always
blah,
think
blah.
that's weird when people say that. It's
it's people trying to manipulate you into doing, so I'm supposed to go and not earn a living so that you can get a song reviewed. We're
supposed to not feed our children so you can get a song for free?
Yeah, to prove to you that we're Christians.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And like...
people do it all the time, even in the political realm. If you don't vote for Biden, you ain't black.
Yeah, exactly. So like, it's like, motherfucker, you're the one going for the job interview. But you so what I'm saying is, you could still manipulate people from a position of weakness. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't really matter, where you are and who has the power dynamics in the relationship. Mm-hmm. Anybody who's good at manipulation is going to find a way to get over on you. And it takes a very long time to extricate yourself from a person like that. It takes an extremely long time, and it takes a lot of times it takes an outsider telling you, hey, you're getting played here.
Yeah.
Because when you're in the middle of it, you know, I had somebody in my life where I would say, well, so-and-so is this, and that, but at least they're honest.
I know. Yeah.
And it took you to tell me, actually, no.
Yeah.
She's actually pretty deceptive.
Yeah.
And, you know, obviously we had a situation.
Right.
Sorry, Nick, but we were supposed to do this a couple days ago, but we were dealing with a very manipulative, gaslighting, destructive person. But yeah, it's a fascinating, and usually, again, this person's operating from a deficit as well. Like if somebody were to just to look at the dynamics between me, you, and her, they would be like, oh, you guys have all the power, you guys have all the...
Yeah, but that person was doing stuff like that from deep. You know, I remember that person talking to me and creating and making things look a certain way. Like, they didn't use many words to be very, very deceptive.
Say that again?
That person did not use very many words to be extremely deceptive.
Right.
They were very, very choosy with the words that they said and the words that they didn't say, and allowed things to look a certain way. Like, just gave just enough information to kind of like steer you in a direction, and then just let you loose on your own imagination.
Yeah.
And they but they're a very smart person. Like, when you sit down and you read any of their writings and stuff, it's like, whoa, wait a minute. Wow.
Highly intelligent.
Extremely, yeah.
Highly intelligent, but knows how to operate at a deficit. They know how to operate, you know, from that. And so I never believed that I would concede to get myself blown asunder. I mean, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, it's very hard to tell people be on guard for that, because you don't want to create this cynical type of thing where you can't trust your friends and things of that nature. And it's one of those things where you really, you know, I think now I'm a lot more. But that's always been a big complaint about me. People like, yo, we could be around you for years and never really know you. Mm-hmm. You know, people say that all the time, and a lot of that is because I moved around so much. But a lot of that is that I generally don't trust people. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And I generally don't trust people with, you know, insider information. So by default, but I've seen it so many times, and it's not like stuff that's happened to me. I'm just saying, you know, I'm an observer of people, and so I just default to not trusting people and default to, you know, putting out certain aspects of things, and you know, because
I think the more that I see, the more I see the utility and the wisdom in that. You know, I'm in a particular situation where somebody that I should be able to trust almost completely. You know what I mean? Like, that person, I've found out so much stuff about the person that now I feel like the person's a stranger. And then you start replaying conversations that you had, and things like, if you expect that something is a certain way and you want to believe that it is, then you will see that it is. But if you're open to seeing what is the actual truth in a situation, then you'll see things differently. But, you know, I had certain assumptions and I wanted things to be a certain way. And of course, now that I'm having to face the facts, it's weird. Weird is not even the right word for it. It's really sad. And you can feel kind of like lost, especially if it's somebody that was like a staple point in your life. Then you're like, this person was like a place of stability for you, and now you're questioning everything, which, you know, just because somebody does something wrong doesn't mean they did everything wrong. And I think that takes some time to kind of wade through what it is. But, you know, there were smaller things that, like, I don't want to say too much. There was smaller things that I thought, wow, why didn't the person do this, that, or the other thing when this situation happened? And then you end up finding out like much more bigger, sinister things, and you're like, okay, no wonder. They were chopping off people's arms. They didn't care when I broke my finger.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that didn't mean anything.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and not to make excuses for people like that, but a lot of times that kind of, manipulative, duplicitous behavior it's all they know. Mm-hmm. It's all they came up in. So it's normalized to them.
Yep.
And they don't really understand why you would react and say, what the fuck? Mm-hmm. They don't get that. They don't understand.
Yeah.
And I think that that's something that's, got to be acknowledged. Like, I don't make excuses for anybody. But one of the things that I as I've learned is a lot of times I'm just trying to understand people, not so much, judge people in the sense of, like, I'll judge, like, is this a person that's, advantageous to invest time in or whatever, and that's obviously a judgment. But I'm just talking about morally. I'm like, man, everybody's fucked. So
yeah,
I just want to understand, why are they like that? Why would you do that? And the more you understand people, the better you understand yourself, and the more you understand yourself, the better you understand people. So I'm just in a space where I'm like, because you and I had it was last week around this time, I think it was. It's Friday, and we're just driving around. And you're explaining all this shit to me, and I'm like, I wasn't blown away because I had already observed so many things with those people. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't blown away, but I was just like, damn, like, this is how far that type of shit goes. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, but, this guy figured it out.
Yep. And he's not going to be in that situation again.
Yeah.
The one thing that's really dangerous about situations like this, like kind of what he's going over here, is that once something happens to you, especially if it was, seemingly unexpected because you didn't really see it coming, it can make you jaded toward every other situation after that. So,
right.
Like, and I'm still trying to work through that in my own life in a practical sense. Like, there are things that happened in my previous relationship that would never happen in this relationship. It just never would. But the mind has almost like a mind of its own, like there are certain things that fears or anxieties or whatever that can pop up that are completely unfounded and they don't have any basis in reality. But because something happened to you in the past, then you assume that behavior is going to be repeated. Especially if before the signs were there, but you didn't look at them. So then they were almost not there. So, you wonder, am I doing the same thing again? Like, am I, whatever. And then I think that you can ruin actual good relationships because he said, won't stand down. I'm growing stronger. You used me for too long. Now die alone. Like there's this, you're just a user and abuser living vicariously. It's now clearer to me, like this sort of definitive, like understanding of what the situation was. It can make you say, this will never, like that person, they're going to get what's coming to them because that's over. They're not going to do that anymore. But then you can overcompensate in every other relationship after that. And you can end up causing yourself a lot of heartache because you don't want something repeated that isn't something that would have happened in the first place in the next relationship.
Yeah, that's why that line is dangerous.
Which one?
I know how to win before you begin. I'll shoot you before you take aim.
Right.
Like,
right.
I understand for that specific person, but sometimes if you take that mentality to its extreme version of it, you can end up being an abusive person yourself by going after people, you know what I'm saying, who really don't have those kinds of intentions, but you're so hurt. And a lot of it is like wounded pride, like, oh, I can't believe I would let somebody do that to me. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, he said it at the beginning. Yeah. I thought I was strong, but you were just so that I thought I was strong and then this happened, you know what I mean? But you gaslighted me.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And the thing is like, people don't understand. Like, you can only take advantage of strong people.
What?
You can only take advantage of strong people. So, for example, if somebody takes advantage of you financially, you can only do that with somebody who has money.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? If a person says, I have to carry you all over the place, I'm tired of carrying you, you're only able to do that because you're strong enough to carry them. So, a lot of times that people feel taken advantage of, they feel like they're weak, but in reality, people look for strong people to take advantage of. And what happens is that they're playing to the strength of that person and saying, hey, you've got enough money, or you've got enough fame, or you have enough emotional resources, or you have enough physical resources, or you have enough whatever, to do this extra thing for me. And they keep taking. And after a while, you find yourself being taken advantage of. But it doesn't mean you're weak. It means that there's a strength that you have that they felt that they could exploit. So that's why I said, like, a lot of it is like trying to take away the judgment aspect of it. Because when you have that judgment aspect of it, you judge the person that did it to you, and you judge yourself for allowing it to be done to you. And if you take the judgment aspect away from it, and you look at it from just trying to understand them and yourself, then you get to see a clearer picture. Like, no, it wasn't that I was weak. It was that I was strong, and you have to have a certain standard of moral goodness to even be nobody thinks they can take advantage of Donald Trump. You see what I'm saying? Like, nobody believes that they could financially tell a sob story and take advantage of Donald Trump. You see what I'm saying? Because of our moral assumptions about him. You see what I'm saying? Or Jeff Bezos,
that's an interesting point. Yeah.
So, like, you have to be a certain kind of strong and a certain type of good person, or perceived to be such, in order to get taken advantage of in the first place.
Yeah. Yeah.
But because we're so busy looking to judge the person who did it, and then ostensibly judging ourselves, we don't see the big picture about it.
Yeah.
So that's the difference, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, really, really good song. Love the
this
riffage.
one's a 9.8 for me. I really liked it. It was heavy. I liked the music video. Actually, 9.9. 9.9.
Well, I thought it was a good song lyrically. Sonically, it was kind of a little bit predictable, but it was still a good song to jam to. So it's an 8.8 for me.
8.8 and a 9.9.
But it was a very strong opening. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Very, very strong opening by the band Muse. Check it out, losers. Listen, we got this is a mega stream, right?
Yep.
We put a mega stream
mega stream.
This is a mega stream, so sit where you are. DJ Nick gives it a 9.5. So there you are. We're coming right back with another jam. If you're in regular YouTube world, sorry. We're going to have to check you on the other side of 3 p.m. or 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. Alrighty then. Are Jewish people white, and does it matter? Shout out to Whoopi Goldberg. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. All right, guys.
All right, commercial time.
Muse has lost what little appeal they once had. I don't know about that.
No, I liked it.
I don't know. I feel like everybody was jamming to this song. I didn't. Muse is a band that we did not discover until the channel.
Right.
But apparently they're really, they're like a really big. I think it was Tasco. Tasco's like, Vin, you don't know who Muse is, you idiot!
Idiots!
You dumb butt. Alright, guys, we're coming right back soon, inshallah. Here is a commercial for your viewing pleasure. We got to pay the bills. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSory. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sory and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch and feed them.
To buy our merch. Whoops.
What?
My microphone just went off. Right now,
why did you ask me about Venom?
Because there's currently something on the desk that literally looks like it came off of Venom. I don't know what it is, and it looks disgusting. Ladies and gentlemen, we are doing a DJ stream for the big homie Nick. Whoop. Down in the corner, this side or that side, I don't know. I can't see the screen.
Yes, sir, Bobbert.
But the next song on
DJ
his...
Nick is right
He's
there.
right here. Right by me. What's up, Nick? Shinedown is the next song on our list. It's Planet Zero is the name of the song. So I've never heard of Shinedown before. Have you?
I don't know. We might have done a song from them. I'm not sure.
Shinedown. Lies, Vin. We did no such song. We did no such thing.
No such thing. Okay.
Nope.
Shinedown.
I don't believe so.
Planet Zero. Vin and Sory. DJ Nick.
Oh, we did. We did one. You were right. Simple Man. We did Simple Man. Oh, no. Okay, well, this is our second song by them.
Down here on Planet Zero, they swing that devil hard. No words, no peace, no advocate, no signs of life so far.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. This is interesting. So you're just putting a bunch of new songs for us here. Planet Zero is the first single from Shinedown's 7th studio album, Planet Zero. The song was premiered on January 26, 2022, 2 days before yours truly's birthday.
Before. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Shinedown's bass player nicknamed America Planet Zero after the pandemic started. So Planet Zero is America, which I surmised from the lyrical content.
Yep.
This is another song highlighting the cancel culture. Cancel
culture. Yeah.
Cancer culture stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The latest victim of cancel culture is
Whoopi Goldberg.
Whoopi. And the whole Whoopi Goldberg situation to me highlights the hypocrisy on both sides. To me.
Oh, well, yeah.
Because, Ben Shapiro and all those folks on the right, they're always complaining about cancel culture and how liberals or leftists, those on the left, which I don't understand how you can even categorize Whoopi Goldberg as being a leftist, but whatever. Mm-hmm. He's always complaining that they're trying to cancel people. Mm-hmm. And then Whoopi has the audacity to say that the Holocaust wasn't about race. So now Ben Shapiro wants her canceled because now he's taking that as a slight to his folks and saying it's anti-Semitic. When every time one of our folks gets blasted on TV, he says it's not about race. And then when people call him a racist, he laughs at it. Conversely, Whoopi has spent the last week or so, 2 weeks, at least implying that Joe Rogan should be canceled. She's like one of the biggest advocates for people getting canceled and suspended or whatnot.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, that makes me feel better.
She's apparently livid that her network even had the audacity to
cancel.
To suspend her.
Yeah. To be honest with you, I would be shocked if I was her as well. I mean, she's been a staple in a lot of communities for a very long time.
To me, I'm laughing at both of them. To me, it's like this situation exposes a hypocrisy for both of them. Mm-hmm. It's like, I don't know, Whoopi, maybe you should have been a little less eager to say that a guy like Rogan and all these other people should be canceled. And I don't know, Mr. Shapiro, maybe the next time you're laughing at people in pain, you should think differently. Mm-hmm. I agree. I can't stand either one of those people. Fuck them both. But I'm just saying, it's just funny to me. It's the whole thing is hilarious.
Yeah, it is, and it's a mess too because this response is so immature that we can't talk stuff through. We just cancel people.
I know. It's so childish.
It's like blocking, unfriending. You know what I mean? Like.
It's so childish.
Yeah, it's...
Well, no. Blocking and unfriending is cool.
No, I'm saying...
That's an individual decision I made. You don't go to Facebook and say, this person should never be able to post again. That's cancel culture to me.
Yeah, I hear that. I just think when instead of people, like, addressing things with other people, they'll like, block them. Or delete them and stuff like that. Instead of trying, like there's times where you can try and you can see that the conversation's not going to go anywhere and it's not good for your mental health to continue to have these people commenting under your stuff. But a lot of people, like the minute somebody says something that like they don't like in a little slight, they'll just block them. They'll just cancel them. Everybody's just like very quick to do that. But then when you have it as a whole and it's becoming our whole culture and its whole organizations, it's a really crazy situation.
Yeah, but again, I don't have a problem with a person making an individual decision. I don't have a problem with that.
Yes, I know you don't. I'm saying that when people do that without even trying to engage, people say something that's like a little bit offensive to them, and then they block and they boycott and they do everything. Instead of us as individuals having conversation about stuff, it's just society as a whole. We don't discuss stuff. People just, if you say something that's a little sideways, they'll just block you and delete you and, like there's somebody that like that person should be in contact with me, but they deleted me. And then when I was trying to message them about something extremely relevant and something important to them, they're like, who's this? It's like, well, why would you have done that? So immature, and you're like twice my age. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, but the thing about cancel culture to me though is you're talking about it's bigger than just being an immature individual because you're talking about destroying people's livelihoods.
Yeah.
You're talking about ending people's careers.
Yep.
You're taking a guy like Joe Rogan, who millions of people enjoy listening to.
Yep.
Whether I agree with him or not, you're trying to eliminate those people's access that they really enjoy.
Yep.
That's the thing is you start making decisions for other people. Mm-hmm. That's my problem.
It's pretty selfish.
And Skull Cowboy, listen, man. Social Marxism in any form leads to death, and cancer culture is a part of that. Skull Cowboy, first of all, it was the religious right that were the masters of cancel culture in the 90s, right? They were the ones that were boycotting Marilyn Manson. They were the ones that were getting Marilyn Manson concerts canceled.
Yep.
They're the ones that were telling us to boycott Starbucks because they wouldn't say Merry Christmas. Mm-hmm. So were those hard right people in the 90s? Were they Marxists? Were they cultural Marxists? But this is why we shouldn't cancel people, because let's have these discussions and let's think these things through. Like for me with Joe Rogan, my problem with Rogan wasn't necessarily that he had McCullough and Malone on, because as I said in the yesterday, they both got on and said we believe in vaccinations like polio, mumps, measles, rubella, that type of thing. What's up, Delaney? They all said they believed in that. So these guys are not what you would classify as anti-vaxxers. Now, an anti-vaxxer is going to jump on a few isolated comments that Malone and McCullough said. But if you look at what those two doctors said in context, some of the stuff I don't agree with, but it was still a very measured, nuanced understanding of what's happening right now in regard to the situation. What I would have loved is for him to spend 3 hours with another doctor of a contrary opinion. Yep. That is my only problem with Rogan, is that he's clearly chosen a side in this discussion. He's not just bringing people on who he thinks are interesting. He's chosen a side in this discussion.
And he's using his platform.
He's not giving a fair shake on the other side, in my opinion. But that's his freaking podcast.
Exactly.
And I don't think that they were saying anything irresponsible, but Whoopi and the rest of all these people are saying, oh, he's responsible for the deaths of people. Come on, man. Like, ridiculous. But then they won't come out and say Fauci's responsible for deaths. He was the one telling us not to wear masks at the beginning of this thing. So
I don't like that guy.
And what people don't understand is that, it's the parlor effect, I call it, where, Facebook and Twitter obviously colluded to purge all the Trump supporters or the violent strain of Trump supporters from their platforms. And they all coagulated on Parler. And Parler had no restrictions, and it was a giant echo chamber. So you had people literally planning to murder other people, murder political figures in our country on January 6th. We reported on that like a day or two after, and I was showing everybody screenshots of Lynn Wood, who was saying it's time to sacrifice your blood and your property, yada, 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 let's go do this shit.
Yep.
Where you're talking about real danger here. And I also posted how, as they were storming the Capitol, they were saying Nancy Pelosi's asking for National Guard. She was denied. And I asked the question, how the fuck did they know that? And why did it take an hour and a half for Mr. Trump to deploy the National Guard? Like, those are serious issues, but that's what happens when you excise these people from the marketplace of ideas. The internet is too big for you to manage unless you're going to do the China thing. Unless you're going to be China. I think that these big tech companies need to figure out a different methodology, because this shit is not working. It's just not working. So, I think we're going to learn. I think we're going to learn eventually, or they're going to learn. But good Lord. No, Space, you're wrong. The liberals did not start the cancel culture BS. I don't know if you were around in the 90s when the right-wing Christians were saying that everybody from Marilyn Manson to Ellen DeGeneres' show was essentially canceled when she came out as gay. And it was the religious right, led by Jerry Falwell, who were encouraging. See, part of this is people were not listening to Christian radio in the 90s. They didn't understand. You guys don't understand the moral majority with Jerry Falwell and all the rest of it. These guys were canceling any and everybody that disagreed with their with their perspective.
Boycott this, boycott that, boycott.
Yeah. So
that's how I first learned the word boycott.
Correct.
Was my parents talking? Well, my mom talking about boycotting.
Correct.
And I'm pretty sure it was because Jerry Falwell was the one heading that up.
Correct. We came up in that context, so we know we were there when these people
we were at ground zero.
The whole vote with your wallet thing and all this.
Yeah.
We were at ground zero.
Yep.
It was right-wing Christians who were canceling everybody in the 90s.
Yep.
It was the left that was saying, come on, guys, freedom of speech, Marilyn Manson. It's switched now, but everybody has such a short memory. It's only the leftists. No, this has been happening, at least in our consciousness, since the mid 90s, early 2000s, and it was a Christian right that was doing it.
Yep.
So, it was one of those situations, and where now the shit is because of social media. Social media, amplifies everything exponentially. So now, instead of one specific group of people doing this now, or one specific target like Marilyn Manson or Ellen DeGeneres or whatever.
Yep.
Now it's 5 or 6 people that people are going after, and now because you have Twitter and Facebook, people make the mistake because they think that they're behind closed doors. They think that they still have some sort of, because especially in Maine, people have a public persona and a private persona. They relate to black folks publicly one way, and then when they get behind closed doors, they relate to it another way. And I think psychologically, they're behind closed doors when they're typing, so they still think they're behind closed doors.
Right.
And it's like, oh, okay, that's what you really think. Okay, cool. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So now people, and I'm always a believer in, I want to know exactly where you are. Right? If you're a racist bastard and you don't think that black coaches are intelligent enough to coach in the NFL, just say it. And I'm never going to be mad at somebody for speaking their truth. You see what I'm saying? But what happens is, now that people are actually revealing the honest inner workings of their own hearts about how they feel about things, now all of a sudden you want to start canceling everybody because you don't have the emotional fortitude to deal with the fact that, hey, not everybody's going to like you. Hey, Ben Shapiro, not everybody's going to like you and your folks. Not everybody, we've had to deal with it since day one. It happens. It's okay. You're not going to die. It's all right. Nobody's going to, there's not going to be another Kristallnacht because Whoopi Goldberg said that the Holocaust wasn't about race. And I'm not sure that she was completely wrong. I mean, there were gypsies that got killed, black folks got killed, priests got killed, LGBT people got killed. So
Christians too.
Yeah, I mean, real Christians. I mean, again, remember, it was the church-going Germans who were selling out their Jewish neighbors. So I never want to sweep that under the rug. But this shit is crazy.
Yeah. When we first started the channel, one of the reasons I didn't want to do the channel was because I was worried about how once something is out there, it can get used against you and stuff can get twisted. I mean, you just said cocaine was good yesterday.
Yeah.
There was one of our people, their username was cocaine, and I think they were, possibly going to get, booted out of the stream. And Vinny was like, no, cocaine is good. And if you just took that clip, it's like, oh, so he's in support of cocaine use. There's so much stuff. And the other thing, too, is that people change. And what you think one year is not necessarily what you're going to think next year or the year after. And,
well, yeah.
And I don't like that we want people to give us the benefit of the doubt and give us room to grow and change and become different people. And we understand that we're not the same people as we were last year or the year before.
100%.
Then why can't we give that to everybody else? Why can't we say, well, what's their standpoint now? Because, there were people 10, 15 years ago that were putting out all kinds of racist stuff. And did they have a point where they actually regretted it and there was some reversal of that? Like, does that come into it? Or it's just, they were racist, so they're still a racist now. Well, people change. I didn't even realize that I was a racist when we first met. Like, I thought I was completely, not a racist.
Yeah.
But now I look back and I'm like, no, I had some racist tendencies then. And I'm sure I probably still have stuff now that I don't even recognize that it's just part of who you are because you're raised a certain way and you're in a certain culture and whatever. But people change. You need to have space to be able to change and grow, and we need to give people the space to be able to do that.
It's the same thing with me in the LGBT community, particularly the trans community.
That's true too. I pulled my car over to sign that paper saying that they couldn't get married. And now it's like, well, why are we so focused on them and not, there's a lot of major issues. And why is that the big focus? And yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, that's the point. For me, it's like, I'm glad that we had LGBT and trans, and I'm sure we've done 2,700 videos. I'm sure when the topic comes up, I've said I've stepped into a whole bunch of landmines and all the rest of it.
Yep.
And I've had trans friends on this channel who, what's up, Kels? Who overlooked all of that shit and were saying, you know what, guy's got a good heart. We can educate him as time goes on, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad that I had a community of people that did that to get us to where we are now.
Exactly.
But now we can't do that. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't have any pity for Whoopi whatsoever. Zero. Because she's one of these big people that are saying this person should be canceled, that person should be canceled, they shouldn't be on air, yada, yada, yada. And this whole thing where people are going after Joe Rogan is so odd to me. It's so strange. It's like, what the hell?
Why?
I don't even think I've ever seen anything like it. This is, what's
happening? I haven't seen how they're going after him. Can you explain what's going on? Really?
So, for example, Neil Young, who's a like a Hall of Fame type vocalist, singer, artist.
Yeah.
He told Spotify, because that's Rogan signed like $100 million.
Oh, is he the one that gave the ultimatum?
Yeah, he said he goes or I go, and I was like, okay, they're joking, obviously. And they were not joking. He was not joking. He was being dead ass serious. So he left Spotify because they're keeping Joe Rogan on, and I'm like, what? And
why? What's the issue with Joe Rogan? Because of his stance on the COVID stuff?
Right. Because. Okay, so for example, ivermectin. See, I think a lot of this is ivermectin was being billed as a treatment for COVID, and then they were saying it was horse, dewormer or whatever. Just all these things where anytime Trump said something, you knew what it was like when Trump was in office.
Oh,
if he said the sky was blue, all the other media outlets, no, Trump is lying again. He's told all these lies. How come nobody cares about his lies? And I'm like, every politician lies. Like, why all of a sudden is it, and I mean, the derangement stuff. Like, I had a guy in a comment section said that I supported Trump no matter what he does. I'm like, the fuck are you talking about? I'm on video saying the man should spend the rest of his life in prison because of January 6th. I don't think there's anybody that's
doesn't
even
count,
gone.
Babe, doesn't count.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, like, he had a doctor on that didn't hold to the mainstream view, and he had a couple that he had McCullen and Maloney on that didn't hold to. We sat and listened to it. It was but again, it was 3 hours. It wasn't these guys coming on and saying, "Oh, this is dumb," blah, and then leaving like you see a lot with your friends. Like WeKnowTheTruth.org, some weird website. Like these are obviously credentialed, accomplished, scientifically advanced individuals. One of whom had a hand. I'm not going to say he invented the mRNA. That's ridiculous. But he did have a significant hand and influence in it. And so they were contradicting the party line. But, again.
So he's being accused of spreading misinformation?
Right. Disinformation and misinformation.
What the hell's the difference between mis and dis?
Well, it's your intention.
Oh, okay. I was wondering.
So disinformation basically means you're doing it on purpose. Whereas misinformation is you're just basically...
So Fauci disinformation. He did it on purpose.
Yeah. I don't want to get into my theories on Fauci. Holy shit. But, yeah, he disproportionately platforms opinions that run against the majority. Correct. And look, you know, a lot of people... Here's the problem. Americans, and I really believe what the media did over the last 4 years with Trump almost irredeemably damaged their reputation. All the Russia nonsense, and I was saying it for years, and then people try to tell you were a Trump supporter if you didn't believe the Russia nonsense and all the rest of it, and every time they went, you know, we saw the Mueller testimony and all the rest of it. I just think that the media did such a horrible... They just completely destroyed any and all credibility they had. And then we had these lockdowns, and I forgot what body, I think it was CDC or something, basically came out and said, yeah, the lockdowns really didn't do much to quell the spread of COVID. And you have all these doctors now... hold on, the Great Something Declaration. I forgot the name of it. But Jimmy Dore had him on. And, like, yeah, the Great Barrington Declaration.
Okay. Where
these, you know, 920,000 plus signatures, and it's these epidemiologists and virologists from all over the world.
Said that it did nothing?
Well, they're basically saying... Remember that Bill Gates virologist I was talking to you about? I was listening to him for about 6 hours.
Yeah.
He was essentially saying... We should vaccinate people in the red zone, that's 68 to 76 or something like that. And then people with other, you know, morbidly obese, that type of thing. Deliver groceries to their house. Everybody else who's generally healthy, you should leave to herd immunity. So it's kind of a mixed way of handling the pandemic.
Yeah.
They were saying that lockdowns are going to have severe ramifications for the poor over the next 5 to 10 years. Because you made people not work, right? And so they said it's gonna disproportionately keeping these measures in place until a vaccine is available will cause irreparable damage with the underprivileged disproportionately harmed, which is absolutely true. Because now you're seeing it when you go shopping. And all the Biden checks have stopped.
It's insane.
So
I can't believe how much groceries are.
Right. And so the other thing was they were talking about the psychological effects of being locked down, and now it's come out that the lockdowns didn't necessarily do.
Oh gosh, really?
Right. So
that's so terrible.
So but we got to have these discussions, but you know, for all the people saying Trump was a fascist, it was sort of, we had this medical sort of fascism where a group of doctors were basically able to say, no, this is a truth. We can't have any discussions. We can't talk about this, yada, yada, yada. And again, I don't believe everything Maloney and McCullough said. And I said it over in Middle America, I wish Rogan would have had, let's have a rigorous debate. So you got these two. They're very credentialed.
I totally agree. Yeah.
Get a mainstream epidemiologist and virologist. Get a mainstreamer versus those two, and fucking debate for 4 hours.
Yep. Yeah.
Make it a live event.
Yep.
If the media wanted to gain credibility, when we were having those presidential, when we were having the elections and we had these so-called debates. Have ABC say, okay, Maloney versus this person, McCullough versus this person, a 3-night debate on the virus, and everybody would be watching.
Oh, for sure.
But because you are curating the information and you're trying to marginalize everybody, and then the ivermectin stuff came back as not what you said it was, and you said that we shouldn't wear masks, and then you came out and said you wanted the mask for the healthcare workers, so you lied to us, like. Of course they're going to gravitate to a guy like Joe Rogan. Of course they are. And they don't understand why you know, CNN and like why Rogan is just destroying them in ratings. They don't get it. And Spotify just came out and said, look, we're not a publisher. We're not, you know, whether or not we agree with what Joe Rogan does, we're not going to allow him. We're not going to police it. And, you know, obviously it's the right thing to do for themselves financially, but
wow,
we got to learn. We got to learn.
All right. Well, what did you think of the song?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Negative Vibes. I hear what you're saying, but there's that, and then there's what's going to practically help the most people. Mm-hmm. And the fact that, McCullough and Maloney are 1 to 1,000, and I'm not sure that those are the numbers, to be honest with you, Negative Vibes. When you look at the severity of the lockdowns, it did not affect Sori and I because we work from home. We can do everything from home. But when you look at what it's done financially to people, when you look at what it's done psychologically, we had a friend whose kid ended up in the psych ward, almost died.
Yep. Yep.
Those were all the experts saying that, and now it's coming out that we didn't necessarily need to do the lockdowns to that degree. So people are no longer convinced. The argument from authority, and I think it's there's a right way to use argument for authority and a wrong one, but people are no longer convinced by the argument from authority because the institutional authorities that we've had, again, in the last 4 years, completely destroyed all their credibility. Mm-hmm. So if you're trying to help the most people, then you should have those debates. Mm-hmm. And if it's that clear and obvious, I think it'll be made very, very plain. But the fact that these folks will not countenance a contrary view from medical experts makes other people say, okay, I don't trust you then. Yep. And, you got to account for that. And if you don't account for that, then, we're not gonna get anywhere. What do you give this up?
I'm going with a 7.9.
I like this one a lot. 9.2.
We're not on the same wavelength tonight. Huh? I said we're not on the same wavelength. You gave the other one like a lower score. I gave it a high one, and then we flipped. All right. Well, there you have it, you guys.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. My mother died from COVID. I can't hardly stand talking about it. Horrible.
Oh, God, Davey.
Horrible. I had a guy. He was one of these hyper right-wing people that was always mocking the virus, and his wife died of COVID. And he took the vaccination then to go see her or whatever, and
they have an 11-year-old or something daughter. She's just young. Ugh.
It was horrible. It was just horrible to see. It's horrible to see.
Oh God, Dwayne. I still have my shirt. Trust the government. Ask an Indian. Yikes. All right, you guys, Arch Enemy is next.
It was a really, really good song, though, lyrically. And I'm glad that the artist, we had, Zombified. Who was the name of that? It was Falling in Reverse.
Oh.
So they did that about cancel culture. I'm glad the artists are coming out and saying it, because they're the last group, man.
Oh, geez, Davey. She was even vaxxed. Oh, that's sad.
Okay. All right, guys.
All right, you guys. Coming back at you in a few moments. Vin out. End it, babe.
Jesus. One day we will have a day where lockdowns will be necessary. I just don't think COVID was it. My mom died from COVID too, and I'm a biochemist who spent most of my adult life in labs making drugs. Damn.
Jeez, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Wow.
See, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I want to hear stuff from people like that.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And
exactly.
I want to hear those people's opinions. And if those people's opinions diverge from the religious commitment to, spouting what Fauci was saying. I mean, the last thing I'll say about the Fauci situation, I never, ever believed that COVID originated from a bat in a wet market.
Oh. Yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
I would always say a week and a half before COVID really broke out, Trump made China blink on that trade situation. There's a whole jihad between Trump and China. And all of a sudden, we've got this COVID outbreak. That's why I always used to say that.
Yeah. Well, for me, when I heard the bat thing, I was like, what the frick? Remember, like, when we heard all about AIDS and how AIDS was going around, and then there was something about a monkey, and, I was like, well, this sounds like weird. And then obviously the Trump thing and everything that he did there, I thought it was highly suspicious as well.
Extremely.
And then when we found out there was like what the Wuhan, what was that? There was the
Wuhan coronavirus lab. That's what the fucking. I did a Middle America thing on Jon Stewart, just ripping it to shreds.
It's like, I mean...
That's the only Middle America video that's ever been taken down by YouTube.
Really?
Dead ass.
That's messed up,
They
man.
took it down. You know, sometimes they'll like block it and they'll say, cut this out, cut that. They took the fucking thing down. So, my little...
Do with it what you will,
my little
ladies and gentlemen.
My little 7,000 sub channel. Yeah.
But they're taking tabs on that. Okay, whatever. All right, you guys. Arch Enemy is next.
Goth Mama says, our poor bat buddies blamed with shit in December. There were articles coming out of China about sick people in that market they knew. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Ghost is releasing an entire record on March 11th called Impera. I don't know. We might do a live listen if we can catch up with it. All right, guys. We didn't say goodbye, so I'll just say it for Vin out. Sorry out. Gone. All right, guys. Next song coming up. Coming up is by a band called Arch Enemy. Is it? I think so. We had Muse, we had Shinedown, and it's called The Eagle Flies Alone. Did you see my post about COVID? No, let me search it. History is repeating itself. If you look at the Spanish flu of 1918, government broke down, and then just like now, lives were spared. People could not agree on the course of that. Holy shit! Yeah. I mean, yeah. I do remember Nemesis. That was my jam. So Ozzy is ground zero for the virus. Always back to bats. Poor guys get blamed for everything. I know. I just thought it was ridiculous that this entire global pandemic was blamed by bats in a market. And then they try to act like you were crazy if you didn't believe it. It's unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. Let's see here. I remember standing in my kitchen and talking to my mom, like, look at this, it's a virus. They're blaming bats. To be honest with you, I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody that believed that shit. You know what I'm saying? I remember one time I told Sorry because there was a video going around on Facebook of this woman in a wet market eating bats, and the guy. You remember I showed you that video with that lady eating the bats, and the caption was like, "Selfish people."
Oh yeah, yes, selfish people.
And I'm like, they're trying to tell us that this virus is happening because of some bats, bro. And you were like, what?
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Did you play the commercial?
What commercial? No, I didn't play a commercial.
Oh.
We didn't get to say Vin out, sorry out. I
Yeah,
had to
well,
say
I got
that
sick of
I had to
waiting,
say it
so
for you.
I said,
All
you know
right.
what?
Well,
I'm not
there we
gonna
go.
wait.
No, you just forgot about the outro.
I literally didn't forget. I made a decision.
All right, commercial time. Arch Enemy's on the way. I'm Vin, 20114.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
Rubbish. That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
They do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft. Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
All right, dear listener. Here it is. We love bats on the Vin and Sori show. We love them.
We don't want to eat them, though.
If you know, you know. This is not about bats, though, but it is about a flying bird of prey.
Arch enemy, the eagle flies alone.
Alone. Let's do it. Not what I would expect from arch enemy. These guys are so good at guitar harmonies.
I didn't know that was a female vocalist.
Yeah. Yeah, I
That
forgot
girl's
her
crazy.
name. But you didn't know that was a female vocalist the whole time?
No, not until somebody said it. I love her vocals or something like that. I was like, what? And so then I Googled it to see the band, and I was like, oh, that's right. It's a woman. I forgot.
Yeah, she's good, but like guitar wise, those boys are really, really good at harmonies, and it's she didn't go like completely clean with her vocals,
right?
Because she didn't need to.
Completely, she didn't go clean at all.
Yeah, but because the guitar lines were almost the clean vocals, so you didn't need.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because they were so good, they're so good at harmony that you didn't really need that. Yeah, and I think that's amazing. Like to be able to accomplish that. That's like classical metal guitar still in the modern world. Mm-hmm. And I think you didn't really that's one of the things where I fell in love with Iron Maiden and all the rest of it. Like that's the shit that you know what I mean. Like that's the thing that I love about those bands. Which I came up in nu metal, so you don't really get that kind of vibe when you're listening to nu metal. You know what I'm saying? So really, really, really good guitar rides. What did you think was going on in the song? What was the message?
Well, I mean, it's interesting because you've said this for years. You're like, if you're the commander of your own life, then, or the manager of your own life, you're going to be a bad manager. Like if it's just you, and you're not listening to anything that the creator has to say about it. So when she was saying this, like I could relate to a lot of what she was saying. Like when I was born, the seed was sown. I will not obey. My life is my own. Battle those who wish to enslave me. Expose the lies that enrage me. My mom used to say when I was a child, she's sitting down on the outside, but inside she's standing up. And that was kind of like my mentality through like, you couldn't fight against the system because the system was so big. It was my family structure, it was school, it was every circle that we were in. And even if people didn't live underneath the that structure, they still expected me to live in that structure. So even if there were people that they just lived their life in a regular way and they weren't like underneath this oppressive environment, if they saw me live outside of that oppressive environment, they would report it back to my parents. So because we lived in a small town, I was always getting reported back to my parents. So if I did anything, drive my car fast, kiss my boyfriend in public, all that stuff got reported. And I had, I'd get home and there would be a big conversation, big drama about it and whatever.
Yeah.
And it was a stressful environment. I was talking to the kids today, and one of the kids is like, "Mom, your elbow's so dry." I said, "My elbows have been dry since I was like a little kid." And then I remembered it was a private school. My mom had sent me to school with this little bottle of lotion, and the desk that we had wasn't even like a finished desk. It was like very rough. And so my elbows were hurting so badly. And I just knew that I was going to get in trouble. But I was so distracted by how much my elbows were hurting. Mm-hmm. So I slowly like moved my hands. I'm talking like real slow. I didn't want any movement. I didn't want the teacher to catch me at all. I took a little bit of lotion, squirted on the tip of my finger, and then just went like, I don't know if you guys can see. I just reached and just started rubbing as soon as I got my finger on my elbow, I hadn't even fully rubbed it in. Sorry! And it like jarred me. And I knew I was in first grade. She came over, she's like, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Well, my mom sent lotion." Because I thought if I said my mom sent lotion, then they would understand like, well, this is the parent. I mean, we should let her put some freaking lotion on her elbow. Yeah. I said, "My mom sent the lotion because my elbows are very dry." And then she said, "No," she said, "You're just fooling around." And I wasn't. I was really trying to obey because I didn't like getting in trouble. It really stressed me out. Yeah. And so then she said I wasn't going to be able to go out on recess, which was really hard for me because I had a hard time sitting still to just do straight learning. And I was in first grade. So I had to sit in the lunchroom by myself when everybody was outside. And then she came in. Now I look at it and I'm like, the situation is very weird. She came in to like talk to me, but she seemed like she felt bad, so I thought she was gonna let me go out, but she didn't. She still made me like stay for my full punishment in that room. And she years later like apologized to my mother about it, but like that, the system was just, it was a very difficult, environment to be in. And so when she's talking about it, I could see like where she's coming from, like but the difference, like I believed in God, so I couldn't throw everything out. Like it sounds like she was, I don't believe in heaven, I don't believe in hell, never joined the herd, could not adjust well. Like I didn't necessarily like adjust well to the rules, but I did adjust well to God, because I felt very alone a lot of times growing up, and that was the one thing that really like kept me. So reject the system that dictates the norm. This world is full of lies and deceit. I have felt betrayal cut so deep, suffered defeat only to rise again. So to me, it seemed like, she's fighting against what's around her, and, she's trying to... That's so funny. I love that movie, Uncle Buck. And I did wish, when I saw it, I was like, dang, I wish I would have had an Uncle Buck.
Is that John Candy?
It's I don't know what the guy's name is. He's the one from he's in Cool Runnings, that very large gentleman.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I anytime I hear people talk like this, I think to myself, I posted that in the other Facebook where I said, where the guy said, I'm seeing all these people leave Christianity since 2020, and it's not because of Marxism or critical race theory. It's because of the co-opting of religion and politics and your apathy toward people who are suffering. And my commentary, I reposted it. My commentary to that is, a lot of times people have to abandon their faith in order to preserve it. Yeah. Because when you see what's happening and when you hear, like, I talk about this all the time, like, oh, Alex Smith, this 28-year-old kid, died because he was rationing his insulin. And the Christian response is, well, what was he doing being a waiter at 28? Well, you have a lot of people, especially younger people who haven't been completely jaded by the world, that says, that's Christianity, I'm out.
Yep.
I'm out.
Yeah.
And to me, I don't think God's up there going, oh, well, I think God is saying, good, get out of that religion. To me, we're only seeing a snapshot in people's lives.
Yep.
So she is experiencing, it seems to me that religion, Christianity or whatever, she's experiencing it as being oppressive. She looks at it as, I'm not going to be a sheep, I'm going to fly alone. And I'm sure, this is one of the things where people were misinterpreting what I said at Ghost, because I think sometimes people they're used to a certain package of arguments, so they think they're hearing what you're saying when they're really not.
Yeah.
I didn't say that if you don't believe in God, you have no moral outlook. It's the opposite argument. The argument is, on what basis are you grounding what good or bad is? People are like, well, don't you know the golden rule? It's like, I know the golden rule. Right. And the basis for which we should apply the golden rule from a Christian standpoint is that you're created in the image and likeness of God, and the way that I treat you is the way that I worship God.
Yep.
What is, if you and I are just collections of random stardust without any meaning or ultimate purpose in our lives, on what basis should I apply the golden rule to you? Mm-hmm. That's the question. Right. Because there's still a lot of assumptions in this song. So, for example, when she says, I go my own way, I swim against the stream, forever I'll fight the powers that be, the eagles fly alone, reject the system that dictates the norm. Okay, well, here's a norm. A norm that all of us follow is you shouldn't kill people. Mm-hmm. And people who deviate from that, we put in prison, or we kill them. Mm-hmm. I'm sure she would say, well, no, that's a norm we should all hold to. So then the question becomes, okay, so then which norms are oppressive? Right. You see what I'm saying? Because there's a certain assumption that, well, we shouldn't kill, we shouldn't sexually assault people. These are all givens. No, they're not. as Tom Holland says, these were not givens. The concept of human equality, Tom Holland said, is a distinctly Christian idea. If you look at Socrates and Plato and the rest of them, they had a stratified vision of society. This idea that everybody was equal, whether you were a king or whether you were the emperor or you were a slave, is a radically different understanding of human beings. And Tom Holland is a secular author, by the way. He's not a Christian author. Why I was wrong about Christianity, it took me a long time to realize that my morals are not Greek or Roman, but thoroughly and proudly Christian. So, even when we talk about our LGBT friends, one of the big things that they used to walk around with was an equal sign, because we had a vote here and they weren't able to get married here, so they're all walking around with an equal sign. And the question is, on what basis are you saying that we're all equal? How is the concept of equality even something that you think about? Because the concept of human equality is not something that's natural or axiomatic to human beings. The vast majority of human history has had a stratified... I was talking to a guy on Twitter about this. I'm sorry, y'all, but in the antebellum South, even up to the 1930s, you had this doctrine called scientific racism.
Yeah.
Where they were literally making a biological argument that black people were ontologically and at the species level inferior to white people.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I quoted this sermon one time where the pastor was saying, you all think that these Negroes are equal to us because they look like us, but modern science is now telling us that there is a distinction between the two of us. So the concept of human equality is not something that that is natural or axiomatic to human beings. It's not. And you could just map it out. Everywhere slavery in the Western world was eradicated. You had Wilberforce overseas, and he was advocating against slavery. Yep. And then over here, you can read the documents. It was the Christian impulse to say, hey, this shit is wrong. We can't do this shit to people. And they ended up killing each other in order to do this. Now, there were obviously other political situations that were happening. But the concept that all human beings have equal value and worth and dignity, no matter their gender or no matter their social strata, is something in the Western world that's uniquely Christian.
Right.
And so the only way the I fly alone thing can work, even think about this. What happens in the wild when an animal is separated from the pack? What happens to that person?
It gets killed.
They get devoured.
Yep.
So the only community where you can deviate and do your own thing and people would respect it would be a community in which you were viewed as an image bearer of God or a person who is worthy of having their own opinions.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So what if I say, I want to go my own way? So everybody says that, Hammurabi's code, the strong shall not overcome the weak. Well, that's your code. My code is the strongest, the fittest survive. And my goal for myself is to experience as much pleasure as possible. So here you are, deviating and going off by yourself. So now I'm going to come and consume you. So in order for you to be a free thinker, you have to function in a society where the majority of people believe that you have the right to do that. So there are lines where there are certain assumptions that people have when they criticize religion that they still have to borrow from in order to make that individualism work.
Yeah.
There are assumptions that she has in this song about how society should interface with a free thinker that necessitate, at least in the Western world, a Christian worldview.
Yeah.
So I understand. I understand. If you've inherited a and here's Perkinoss. Slavery declined in Scandinavia after the Viking Age when they adopted Christianity. In 1315, Louis of France declared any slave that entered France was suddenly freed.
Wow.
Right. And you saw what happened, well, maybe you didn't, but in Libya, after we overthrew Muammar Gaddafi, We had Al-Qaeda. They literally had slave markets again.
Oh my gosh.
In Africa. You literally had black people back on the slave block in Africa. When ISIS took over Syria and Iraq, you literally had slave markets where they were buying and selling girls because Islamically that is not haram. So, I'm sorry, but if you compare the Western world and the Eastern world, the worldview ramifications are clear and obvious. And what all I'm saying is, if you've inherited a oppressive form of Christianity, then I don't have a problem, and I don't think God has a problem with a person saying, "Man, fuck that," because the Scripture said, "For freedom Christ has set you free. Don't allow yourself to be put under a yoke of slavery." Yep. And so, what's really fascinating about the Christian message is that it really de-weaponizes the number one weapon that religious institutions use to enslave people, namely guilt. So it's really fascinating because most of the time religious people will use guilt or the inability to measure up to the standard to keep people in a control mechanism. So it's like, oh, you did this horrible thing, so now you have to do this, this, and this, and that's going to control you. Oh, there's this God, and you have to maintain this standing with him, so you have to do this, this, and this in order for him. And who's the person that's going to tell you what the standards are? Me. So now I can control you. What the New Testament does is it completely destroys that. So it says, oh, yeah, you fucked up. Everybody knows they fucked up. Well, by a single sacrifice, he's made you perfect forever. Well, then how do I like reconcile myself to God? Just admit that you can't reconcile yourself to God and you'll be okay. Well, then how the hell am I supposed...
Seems too easy.
How do you motivate people to do good then? And Paul says, oh, that's easy. The love of Christ compels us. We're convinced that one died for all, therefore all died, and he died for those so that they would live for him instead of living for themselves. So what's supposed to drive the engine in Christianity is love to Christ. If you have a religion, though, that is supplying the engine with guilt and fear and control, because people, let's say her, because she's creating the image of God, she's going to overthrow that shit. She's going to say that's bullshit because she was not created to be a slave. Simultaneous to that, though, she's assuming that other people should respect her decision to not be a sheep and not devour her because she's off by herself. Because I'm sorry, but you're a woman in the modern age, and just look at the history of women when they go off by themselves and see how long they survive. The concept that women are also image bearers of God, crowned with glory and honor, who also represent God on the earth, is the reason she should be honored and respected. But if you're just a collocation of accidental dust mites in the universe that's here for a brief... I mean, look, the universe is 13.77 billion years old. The earth is 4 billion years old. I mean, Shorty's going to be around, what, for another 40 spins around the sun? You're insignificant. So I'm insignificant. So I'm going to do whatever the hell I want. And you might want to apply the golden rule, but that's you. And the other thing is, don't force your golden rule-ness onto me. Right? Yeah. Isn't that when they say, don't force your moral... You can have
you
your
didn't
moral...
want them forcing stuff on you, so why can you force it on
You can have your moral predilections, but don't force it on me. Cool. So you have a non-assault, non-murder golden rule moral. That's cool for you, but I don't, so don't force that on me. That's what I'm saying. Like, that doesn't really work in the real world. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. That doesn't really work in the real world. So I get what she's saying. I just think it's a little bit unthought through as far as the ramifications of what that would actually mean. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I do.
But I thoroughly enjoyed the song, and I do think it's important that if you're in some really oppressive, horrible religion, and I don't care, they can call it Christianity, but, you know, the gospel means good news.
Right.
It's supposed to be good news. And, you know, if you're getting from that this horrible oppressive religion where you can't breathe and you can't express yourself and you have to hide who you are, and I mean by flaws as well. That's one of the reasons I have no problem talking about my flaws on the channel. I'm perfected in Christ. I don't care. I don't care. I care about hurting people I love. I care about hurting people in general. But as far as like moral judgments on my character, I mean, it's been taken care of. Mm-hmm. I'm perfected in Christ. I'm not. Nobody can control me via guilt. I don't care if they're religious. I don't care if they're secular. Nobody's going to use guilt to control me. If you want to get to me, say, hey man, this is not a loving thing to do, and then explain to me why it is. You're much more likely to get me to do something, because my philosophy is that the engine always has to be fueled by love. So the reason that Jesus died on the cross is so that we could get rid of the religious bullshit. We can get rid of the guilt. We can get rid of the control mechanisms. And God is basically betting on humanity. Okay, I'm going to replace all that with love. But you don't have control in love. Yeah, and I'm betting that we're going to create a better world by love than all this other bullshit. Mm-hmm. That's the bet. That's what the cross is. It's a bet that love is the most powerful and sustainable fuel to get us to get to where we need to be, because love is the goal.
Yeah.
So even if you do something good, but you're scared to death of going to hell, or you're trying to get brownie points to maintain your relationship with God, like, it's good that you help somebody, but from God's standpoint, that's not his goal. Mm-hmm. So that's my best shot at it.
Yeah.
I really like the song, though.
What do you give it?
I give this song a 9.25.
Wow, okay. It's at 8.9 for me.
What did you like? Did you not like the guitar harmonies? The guitar harmonies were amazing.
No, I did. I just not a big fan of the vocal style. So
I like the vocal style. I liked it because, to me, because I think that she can actually sing clean. But I think it takes a lot of discipline not to sing clean and to let the guitars put the sugar in there and keep the vocals that way. Mm-hmm. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. All right, there, listener. We're coming right back with another banger for you beautiful people. It's a mega stream. Sit back and relax. Good to see Amy in his house. Then out.
Sorry, out.
Go! Did I just elbow you?
You did.
Yeah, that's your affair. All right, guys.
That's
you guys
why I didn't say anything. I knew you wouldn't care at all.
You're a grown woman. All right, guys. We're coming right back. Commercial time. Let's go. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get matched down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft. Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed.
And a child shall lead them. All right, you guys, DJ Stream here. We are with DJ Nick tonight.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Silent
Bob.
Planet is the next one on his list, and Anhedonia?
Anhedonia
is the name of the song.
You know, C.S. Lewis had a book called Out of the Silent Planet. I wonder if they named their band after that.
Who knows?
I'm not sure.
Okay, Oh God. First line, what lies inside the memories?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Weird considering what we just said in the commercial break.
Yeah, I know. Must eat murder later. Don't know what that means, but I just thought it was just very, very fascinating. Okay. Oh, Iron Maiden does have a song out of the Silent Planet, just based on the book, inshallah. Okay, guys, here we go. Out of the Silent Planet, Anhedonia! Release the good! Official.
What lies inside the memories? Somewhere beneath the medicines that plagiarize my flame. They try to keep me numb, but I'll break the silence now because there's blood on my lips from biting my tongue. Paradise was lost in the chaos as the heavens turned to black. Vapors of the valley amass to coordinate the seeds to lit the match. A charlatan's forged miracles.
Yes, Pinky!
The people place their faith in false idols. Lost inside a fever dream. Set fire to the forgery. Lord burning out the fiction. Past itself in kerosene. Let it burn. I'm burning out the fiction. Servants to an empire, creator of the damned. Worship your king, spread your disease, filling your coffers with duplicity. See the flesh as it hides in your teeth. It's the skin that you took when your lips brush the cheek of the savior you follow. Ostensibly preach to the sheep who will follow you into antipathy.
This boy's not playing games, bitches. Let's go.
I command the song not to end.
Yo.
That was really, really good. I'll tell you, that is my favorite style, I think.
Yes, Shuri Bobbert.
Oh, man. Okay, wow. Were we talking about Judas at some points here?
Yes, Shuri Bobbert. Ladies and gentlemen, when you
Oh, do we get shut down?
We'll see. I just got a notification. We'll see. But it's all right. Let's go. You got Judas in there? Let's see it.
Well, he said, well, that was at the end. Worship your greed, spread your disease, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I see the flesh as it hides in your teeth. It's the skin that you took when your lips brushed the cheek of the Savior you follow. Preach to the sheep who will follow you into... Oh, okay, all right.
Into antipathy.
Yeah, well, then you now depart from me and find an empty field to hang your head.
Yeah, that's Judas.
Yeah.
That's Judas.
But he's talking about religious people in this?
Well, I think he's talking about religious leaders.
Yeah.
And the religio-industrial complex.
Oh my gosh, the song was so good. Oh my word.
So Judas, with the money that he used to betray Jesus, he threw it away, and then he went out into a field and hung himself. And the name of that field was called Akeldama, which means field of blood. Which Akeldama sounds like a really good name for a band.
Yeah, it does.
Akeldama.
Yeah. You're right, it does.
So definitely has a lot of Christian overtones and undertones to it for sure.
Mm-hmm.
That was scandalous. Blackout, go away. We love you. We need this stream. Yes. Oh, shout out to Michelle's hubby. He was impressed with the song. Yeah. So these guys obviously have some sort of religious background somewhere.
Yeah.
What lies inside the memories somewhere beneath the medicines that plagiarize my sleep?
Well, I don't understand that line.
They try to keep me numb, but I'll break the silence now because there's blood on my lips from biting my tongue. Yikes.
Yep.
Holy smokes. Medicines that plagiarize my sleep. So the plagiarize is to copy something.
Yeah.
So it's probably, how they say religion is the opiate of the masses.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what he's saying is going along with standard evangelical religion was basically like taking a sleeping pill, basically. That's why he says, they try to keep me numb, but I'll break my silence now because there's blood on my lips from biting my tongue.
Yep.
See what I'm saying?
Yep.
So, which you cannot survive in these forms of evangelicalism and speak.
No, you can't.
Yeah, because the minute you speak, we were talking about this earlier about cancel culture and people acting like it originated, with the left.
Yeah.
There is nobody that will cancel you quicker than hard right evangelicals. They just will. So especially if you're a woman.
Yep. That's what I was thinking. I'm thinking about all those posts I keep seeing from poor women that have gone through all kinds of shit within the church, and nobody'll, they'll crucify you. Don't say anything. Just keep that quiet and just keep going on forward.
Yeah, it's just a fact. I don't know how else to say it, but
it's awful.
And I just think I think that form of evangelicalism is going to die, and I think it's dying.
Let it die 1,000 deaths, man. Wow.
More and more
people are speaking out against it, and good for them. And the thing is, when you're the first ones that stand up against it, it's just like if you're the first ones when you're, old school when they would fight the wars face to face in a field. You know what I mean? Like, you're in the front, you're going down. Like, that's it. I had my time of facing it, and I went down with the boat. And that was the beginning. Honestly, some of the beginnings of this channel was me after I was gunned down by, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Some of these people have no support, nothing.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just, they don't have any support.
And the thing is, what happens within religious contexts, I think it's like the same with like a lot of different groups, but you get like, I don't know if it's close or superficially close. I thought I was closer to a group of people than I actually was, I guess. But you get in there and there's like this closeness, and your other friends and family and everybody is kind of like farther away. And then if you do something that they don't agree with, Like, you feel it, and it affects every area of your life because they were a part of every area of your life. And so it can be, you know, like some of these women that have spoken out against the stuff that was going on and the way that the church treated them and stuff is just, I don't know. You go ahead.
Yeah, I mean it's been fatal to a lot of people, you know, and the other side of that is that they will prop up women who allowed themselves to be abused. So they'll demonize the women who won't allow themselves to be abused anymore.
Yep.
And then they'll prop up as heroes other women who allow themselves to be abused.
Yep. And
that kind of, you know, and it's typical carrot and stick type approach. And it's pretty insidious, obviously. Obviously very, very insidious. I mean, I want to just talk about one perspective. You know, that's why I said it's not just women. I told a story in a live stream like last week. I was doing one of those insomnia streams where we had a guy that was a registered sex offender, and we're not talking about, you know, the girl was 16 and he had just had his 18th birthday. We're talking about he was in his 30s and the girl was 12 and asleep. And our issue was that the particular church we were going to didn't have a children's area because it was basically a converted bar. So because there was no way to separate kids from adults, I basically said, nah, we can't have you here, man. And of course, all the righteous people that didn't have kids were like, oh, we're not supposed to judge anybody, blah, blah, blah. And I said, nah, I'm not judging you. Look, man, we'll go to your apartment. We'll bring the bread and the wine. We'll bring our guitarist. We'll sing worship songs, and then we'll preach to you, and we'll take communion together. But you're not going to be in an area where there's a bunch of kids.
Nope.
We're not doing that. And this guy was bound and determined to be around the kids.
Yeah, he wasn't there for the bread and the wine.
And so I was like, I had one more conversation with him outside the building, and you know, after that conversation happened, he got the picture that he shouldn't be around there anymore. It wouldn't be good for him, wouldn't be safe for him to be around there anymore. But then the other church, which was led by people above us, people who could be our grandparents. They took the guy in, didn't tell anybody about this guy. And then, you know, a couple weeks later, they find him in the back in the library with one of the underage girls. And then they, you know, summarily boot him out the back door and didn't tell him anything.
The back door.
And didn't tell any of the parents anything about this guy, what he was about or why or anything like that.
And you know what? The thing is, those things happen so fast. Something could have happened to that little girl and they just didn't see it, and the parents don't even know.
100%. 100%. So there's a lot of these really corrupt sort of practices that happen in these churches, and you just have to bite your tongue and move on. But they, you know, but there is a woman who was being abused by her husband, and she's like, "Fuck it, I'm out of here." They had meetings. They had meetings about her. She didn't even go to their church.
Multiple meetings.
They had multiple meetings about her, but the actual child molester, they never told any of the parents.
Nope.
Just like, what?
Nope. And then the one woman that was in an abusive situation and decided to stay, like, she was propped up as the poster woman.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that woman was massively suicidal, all the rest of it. The guy just treated her absolutely horribly. Let me say it this way. The way that dude treated her, he would have got the death penalty in the Old Testament. Both of those women. Both of those women, the way that the dude treated his wife, like, he would have got the death penalty in the Old Testament. And nothing. But the woman who said, "Fuck this, I'm not taking this shit. I'm out of here."
Yeah.
They had a whole bunch of meetings about her to keep the women in line and all. It's just unfreaking believable. Unbelievable.
Well, it's weird because there's this, like, kind of well, there is a leadership hierarchy, I guess, and then they can get too much influence, I guess you could say. And that's why the Bible is so important, is because it's the final word. So people will use verses and they'll kind of twist it around for their own benefit and their own gain. But if you look into it and you dig into it, you can see that, some of these stances that these people take, they're not even biblical. The Bible doesn't agree with them at all. And in fact, like you said, those people would have been dead if they followed the Old Testament. So
yeah, but it's clear to me now that, and obviously there's extreme forms of everything, and people talk about the patriarchy, but it is obvious. I mean, some of these guys are coming out and saying that they're patriarchalists. Some strains of, especially the reformed side of evangelicalism right now, these dudes are coming out and saying they're patriarchalists. Mm-hmm. They're not even pretending about it. And a lot of the power structure is designed to maintain that kind of male dominance and supremacy, so that if you're an abusive dude who is a whatever, you're doing all these horrible things to your wife and children, including your adopted children, they maintain those power structures for those people. But the minute the woman steps out of line, she's a Jezebel, she's this, she's that. Mm-hmm. It's unbelievable. Mm-hmm. It's unbelievable. So if the dude is committing these horrific crimes, they're not going to call an off-site meeting about it, because then that has implications for all the other dudes. Mm-hmm. But they will call an off-site meeting about a woman who's no longer allowed herself to be abused. I mean, this shit is insane. It's absolutely insane.
Yep.
The second half of it is Servant to an Empire, Courier of the Damned. What year was this song written? Because I guarantee it was around, it's got to be at least by 2020,
Is this 2021? It's from Iridescent?
From Iridescent. That's 2021.
Yeah.
So I guarantee you the second part of this song is about the evangelical marriage to Donald Trump and the Republican Party.
Oh, really?
Servant to an Empire, Courier of the Damned. Worship your greed, spread your disease. Filling your coffers with duplicity, I see the flesh as it hides in your teeth. It's the skin that you took when your lips brushed the cheek of the Savior you follow, ostensibly preach. To the sheep who will follow you into antipathy. See, that right there is, and again, like, people always like misconstrue this. I have a very, nuanced relationship with Mr. Trump. Mm-hmm. Yes. In the sense of, I do not believe that Biden is better for black people than Trump, and I think now Mr. Biden has demonstrated, and I'm going to be respectful because he's the president. Scripture says, "You shall not speak evil of a ruler of your people." It's clear that the president here Mr. Biden has left much to be desired. Mm-hmm. I don't have a problem with a person being a pragmatist and saying, okay, if it's between Trump and Hillary, who's going to do the least amount of damage? I think that Hillary had demonstrated that she would do more damage, and she was a lot more insidious. Hillary was at the head of the Arab Spring, y'all. She's not the architect of the Arab Spring, but she was the executor of the Arab Spring. That's a fact. If you know anything about the Arab Spring, it's one of the things that created ISIS, and one of the things that that it was the main reason we had slave markets in Libya and slave markets in Syria and Iraq was directly correlated to the Arab Spring. So there was enough foreign and domestic data on Miss Clinton to say, okay, I'll roll the dice with Trump. I don't have a problem with that. The problem that I have is the way that evangelicals jumped on this dude like he was some messianic figure. Yeah,
it was weird.
And how quick they were to absolve him of all of his sexual peccadillos.
It was very, very weird.
They crucified Bill Clinton, rightly so, by the way, for taking advantage of some 19-year-old girl with a crazy imbalanced power dynamic.
Yeah, yeah.
But then they saw us all through the late 90s and early 2000s crusading as the values voters. I don't know if you guys remember this during the Bush administration, that right-wing Christians were supposedly the values voters, and then Donald J. grab him by the junk Trump shows up, and all the evangelicals get behind him. And then when the liberals go, well, wait a second, I thought you were a values voter. Now all of a sudden they were saying, hey, we're not voting for a pastor, we're voting for a president. Well, then what the fuck was the Bill Clinton stuff that, like, people really think, we really thought that people were not going to see the obvious and blatant hypocrisy there. And like I said, Trump, he really psychologically changed the landscape of this country. There's so many institutions that lost so much credibility for or against this guy. I think the media took an irreparable hit because of the way they were with Trump. And I think the evangelical church took an irreparable hit because of the way that they were essentially worshiping that guy. I mean, there's no way to say it. The evangelical church completely compromised all of its statutes and all of its cultural stance by supporting Trump to the degree that they did. Again, I don't have a problem with saying this guy's probably going to do less evil in the world than Hillary. I don't have a problem with a person saying that. What I have a problem with is the anointing of Trump. He's anointed by God. He's chosen by God. Trump is a Christian. All types of craziness, dismissing his horrible, destructive, attitudes and the things that he was saying. Like, all of those things are look, we're studying Revelation a bit, in concert with the Jewish wars. And the woman riding the beast, the whore of Babylon riding the beast, from my vantage point, is Jerusalem and its religious institutions binding itself to the Roman political system. And so you see clearly there where the Pharisees and the rest of them use Roman power in order to get Jesus executed, et cetera, et cetera. And anytime a religious institution or institution instituted by God binds itself to the secular government, the government is not going to whore itself to the religious people. The religious people are going to whore themselves to the government. You are inevitably going to compromise because they're the ones with the power in the social realm, not you. So in order for you to be able to ride that beast, you have to whore yourself out. And that's the point of the whore of Babylon in Revelation. And what people are seeing when what people saw in those 4 years of Trump with the evangelical was the horrification of evangelical Christianity. That's what was happening. And that's why you saw this rash of people deconstructing, i.e. abandoning or apostatizing the faith. It was because of that. They didn't want to be part of a whorish institution. That's why a lot of these people who have deconstructed, man, I think they're all coming back. It's just that we need to slit the throat of this form of evangelicalism and resurrect to something that's closer to the original. But this whole bullshit where you get in you get in bed with the beast, nobody's going to want to be a part of that. No, but let me not say what I was about to say. But yeah, really, really good song.
Yeah, I thought it was an awesome song. The topic's a little, but definitely a really good song. It's a 10 for me.
I would have thought Christians would have a field day after he called himself the chosen one on national TV. Correct. This man was talking about grabbing girls by the junk. He was talking about how he couldn't control himself around pretty women. He mocked people with physical maladies. I mean,
he came right out and said that when the girls were changing or whatever, he'd go back there.
Yeah.
What were they going to do about it?
Yeah, like, and all the supposed values voters and the people, you went after LGBT people. It's not because you're homophobic. No. You just want to keep biblical standards. But then, there's 6 passages about, LGBT shit, whatever in the Bible. There's literally hundreds of passages about adultery and all and greed and all the rest of it.
He called himself what? The chosen one?
Yeah, he called himself the chosen one.
I mean, that in itself should have been.
Yeah.
That should have got him shut down. They should have been like, the Antichrist.
Yeah.
Like, why didn't they go? You know what I mean? They didn't follow their usual patterns with it.
Yeah, he said if he wasn't related to his daughter.
Yeah, that's right.
Whatever.
I forgot.
He said
yeah,
that shit on
my gosh.
So it's like you completely have to whore yourself out to that guy in order to attach yourself to him. But there was that lure of power, and evangelicals sold their soul and integrity because they wanted to have power in the highest offices in the land. And so, thank God all these people are starting to deconstruct publicly. Good. They shouldn't be part of that institution. Nobody with any sort of soul within them wants to be part of that institution. Now, look, there are people that are inside that are saying, hey, we need to change that. I just don't think that this version of evangelicalism can be saved. I think that this version of evangelicalism has pretty much run its course, and I don't think it can survive social media.
Good.
Nor should it.
Good.
And as Amy Lee said, Neo and Trinity are the chosen ones. So there's that. All right, what'd you give the song?
I already give it a 10.
Solid 9.fall. Really, really good song. Really,
yeah, Dwayne, you called
really
it.
Really good song. Huh?
When you said it was a 10, I had already decided. All right. Really great song. What did you say you gave it?
9.4, I believe.
Okay, everybody's going high. All right.
There you are, dear listener. We got more coming for you. If you're in regular YouTube land, you can check us out at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you're doing the right thing and you're here and you're not a square, then we will see you very soon. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Go! All right, dear listener.
We'll be right back.
We're coming with another banger. Who's the next one? Fit for an Autopsy? Is that the name of it?
Yeah, but do the commercial.
Oh, that's very nice. Fit for an Autopsy. Good name for a band. Sounds very welcoming. Huh? Mm-hmm. Let's go. Endless content, bitches. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. The child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Okay, dear listener. We got another banger on the way for you beautiful people.
Inshallah.
Give the people
DJ stream.
what
DJ
they
Nick
want.
is in the house.
DJ Nick is in the house. What do you got?
The next song up on his list
Do me a
is
favor and
Fit
click,
for an Autopsy.
Click that link.
The Sea of Tragic Beasts. Hold on.
That one.
Right here. He said, oh no, that's for Demon King.
Yeah,
Okay.
Just click
This?
on the link. I just need to see if it's the official video or not. Because if it is,
No, because it's got
Okay.
Spanish subtitles.
Okay, very, very good. We already have one official there that got us blipped. Okay. All right, guys. Fit for an Autopsy. The name of this song is, what is
The
it? Something
Sea
about
of
beasts?
Tragic Beasts.
The Sea of Tragic Beasts. Fit for an Autopsy. Let's do it. Whoa, okay. I'm liking these wrists, boy. Damn. Banger after banger after banger after banger. Wow. I thoroughly enjoyed this song. A lot. It was heavy, and when he said "defend yourself" and it had that breakdown, I was like, "My G." He said, "Defend yourself." Then it had a breakdown.
Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I love that shit.
Yep. All right.
Unleash the aggression. Okay, what was going on there with you? The Hold the Hell part also. This is a really another guitar-driven song. See, I love the guitar-driven songs, man.
Yep.
When the guitarists take center stage, like, I love that shit. Especially with modern music, because I think the modern bands are starting to rediscover the instrument, for God's sake, and I love it. Really, really good. Go ahead. What were you thinking about?
I really didn't like it. I don't know. Like, it was. I don't know. I really didn't like it.
Terrible. You're the worst.
It was like, I don't know. I can't describe it. I didn't like it. I didn't like the sound of it. I didn't like the feel of the song. It was not. Yeah, I wasn't really a fan.
The feel of the song.
Like, like a song, it can like kind of flow and you feel like that your soul is kind of like moving with it. This one, my soul was like, no. I didn't vibe with it at all, really. Yeah, it was one of the ones I turned down. I didn't turn it off. I just lowered the volume. It was not.
Boo.
I don't know. I can't describe it. It didn't have a good flow to me. It felt like it was chaotic to me. I just didn't like it.
It's supposed to be chaotic. It's metal.
Well, that's my opinion. Obviously, you were vibing with it.
Oh, I love heavy shit. I love heavy music. I love it.
I like heavy stuff too.
Yeah, sometimes you do. Sometimes
I just don't like this song. I can have an opinion.
And I have an opinion on your opinion. Why do you always say
I didn't ask you to give your opinion on my opinion. I asked you to give your opinion on the song.
You always do the white woman in distress thing anytime I disagree with you. But then you can disagree with me, it's fine. But then when I go, I don't agree. You're like, oh, wow, you do all this.
I don't make a big federal case out of it.
White woman in distress.
You make all this big thing.
Fall in the fire.
Blah, blah.
Fall in the fire with me. The rivers of ruin run deep. The skill of savagery. Only the alpha wolf claims the meat.
Look, if this was a relationship song and they said fall in the fire with me, then I would have been a fan probably. What is the song talking about? Is this talking about war and violence?
Our path is carved with the cruelest cut. Carnage consumes all we've ever loved. The innocent blistered by the flame. Trial by fire we burn in shame. These tragic beasts suffer eternally. The sad circus of humanity. Remove your wings, rise from the sea, and fall in the fire with me.
Yikes.
Remove your wings and rise from the sea. I wonder if he's talking about Leviathan.
Oh.
Because he was a sea beast. These tragic beasts claw through the centuries, devouring the sons of sanity. Remove your wings, rise from the sea, and fall in the fire with me. Unnatural predators, insatiable hunt for the weakest prey. Killer be killed, violent will, the flock is led astray. Our path is carved with the cruelest cut. Carnage consumes all we've ever loved. Lethal instincts sharpen sense of rage. Fight or flight, destroy humanity.
I don't even like how it sounds when you're reading it.
Evolution through violence, defend yourself. Thrown to the wolves, they eat what they kill. Not before I've had my fill. Defend yourself. And then it came with the ridiculously epic breakdown. Which I loved a lot. Well, it's interesting because in Daniel and Revelation that the beasts come from the sea. So the bad guys always come from the sea in Daniel and Revelation, which is why at the end it says, there was no more sea. But what was the name of the song again? It was something about
Fit for an Autopsy, the sea of tragic beasts.
Yeah. So it seems to me it's just telling the story of humanity and about how war and things like that are zero-sum games. Where, if you win, you get everything and the loser gets nothing. So it's a zero-sum game because obviously the loser gets nothing because he's been killed.
Oh. Sounds
like he may have been drawing from Revelation. The beast comes from the sea, and then the whole take of the fire scenario. Yeah. So the as Perk and XBM have back to back pointed out that the bad in Daniel as well as in Revelation, the beast comes out of the sea, and I forgot who it was that said this, but basically it's a retelling of Genesis because the waters covered over the land. And God then divided the waters from the waters so that the earth could be habitable with human beings. So if you have a situation where the waters cover the land again, it makes it uninhabitable for humans to live in. So the land, or gay, or the earth in Revelation, is contrasted with the sea. People live on the land, and the beasts come out of the sea to basically flood the world with evil to make it uninhabitable. And so it's a very... And again, that's why at the end of Revelation it says there was no more sea, meaning we're always going to have human flourishing in ever-increasing measures, basically. So I thought lyrically it was brilliant lyrics, especially if that's where he was going with his... with what he was saying. Carnage consumes all we've ever loved. Lethal instinct, sharpened sense of rage. Flight or flight destroy humanity. That's really, really interesting. Because, you have the flight or fight mechanism.
Yeah.
If you run, it's going to end up in the destruction of humanity. Because you're not standing up to evil people.
Yep.
But if you fight, it's also going to end up in the destruction of humanity.
Damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Which is really fascinating because if you think about it, anytime you have these revolutions where a person fights the bad guy, many times they end up being the new bad guy. It's kind of like Animal Farm. It's like all the animals are equal, and then the piggy figures out a way, and then it becomes...
Some are more equal
than others. Or we're even talking about the Jewish War. The Romans were legitimately an oppressive... fascistic, horrible group of people, and so then you had these Sicarii, and you had John Gashala and all these people that were saying, no, we need to rise up arms against them. And initially, the instinct of the impulse, I'm sure,
they turned out to be worse than the Romans.
Yeah, they were horrible. I mean, I think it's clear. I think Revelation makes it clear those people were demonized times a million. I mean, they were just horrible people. But as I'm listening to Wars of the Jews, Josephus said something that I don't understand why it's not a more famous quote. Because to me, it summed up the Jewish war perfectly, where he said that the seditious, it was the Jews who destroyed Jerusalem and the temple, and it was the Romans who destroyed the Jews. So if you look at what Josephus was truly saying in the Jewish war, that it's impossible to come to any different conclusion. And so you have these people who initially started out, from my vantage point, with a noble perspective, which is, hey, it's the same thing with, the American Revolution. It's like, oh, these people are oppressive, yada, yada, yada. Meanwhile, they had slaves. Yet George Washington digging these people's teeth out by the roots to put in his own mouth. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, this is a cycle of humanity. If you run from evil... evil's going to overtake the land, and if you fight evil, the odds are that you're going to replicate that evil. That's what the numbers tell us. It was the Russians really who closed the deal in World War II, in my opinion. Obviously, the bomb had a lot to do with it, but it was really the Russians who paid the highest price in World War II that basically saved the world. And then we saw what happened with Russia, the Soviet Union, after World War II, as far as the carnage and death and destruction that was brought to the world. And then, of course, you had us going against the Russians in the Cold War against communism, and now we are the number one oppressors of the earth. And whoever comes after us are going to be oppressive people in the earth. So it just talks about, to me, the cycle of horror and violence. And I agree, we don't have to follow that pattern. But if I'm a betting man, I'm going to say that the next nation or whatever superpower that emerges after us is going to exactly follow that pattern.
Yeah,
that's what if you were a betting man or a betting woman, that's what the numbers tell us. And we've talked about this too with the Vikings. Like, they were not good people.
Right.
You know, they were going around raping and pillaging and all this other shit.
Right.
But the people that conquered them, you know, the European Christendom that conquered them, weren't necessarily the best people on the planet either. So it's just very, it's to me, it's a really, really good kind of breakdown as to the real problem with human beings. Wow, that's what it says. These tragic beasts claw through centuries.
Yeah, I was just going to say claw through the centuries.
Yeah. And you know, that's a fact. That's a fact. So that's why I love the song. Plus the breakdown was insane.
Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot to say about it.
The next superpower after the U.S., so Russia.
Yeah, I just...
Go ahead.
I mean, I think that, yeah, like what you said, the message is important. It's just not, like, topic-wise, like, I'm not really interested, I guess, maybe in a song that talks about that. And then what it sounded like, I wasn't a fan of that, so it's not... I'm sorry, Nick. It's a 5.5 for me.
Okay, this is a 9.4.
9.4.
Really? Hey! I don't have to have your opinion now.
Yeah, but babe,
stop trying to force. Stop trying to force me to have. Stop trying to force me to have your opinion.
That opinion doesn't matter.
Hey, black man in distress. See, it doesn't have the same effect.
Gosh.
See, it doesn't have the same effect. Okay, I don't have any white knightuses writing on my behalf. Come on, sorry, stop oppressing Vin.
Because you're not oppressed, and everybody knows it.
All right. There you are, dear listener.
Sorry, Nick.
We have more metal. The U.S. hadn't been a superpower since yesterday 50s. I don't know about that, bruh.
All right.
I don't know about that. You know, there's this British channel, and I would hate this if I was a British person, but it's these British kids, millennials basically, and they're like, what would happen if America went against the world and all this, and they're always like, oh my God, the Americans are so powerful, oh my God, they will kill us all, hey America, we love you, yada yada yada. I'd be so mad if I was a Brit. I mean, it's true, but I would be really mad if I was a Brit. Go USA. All right. Having said that, dear listener,
oh God,
Vin out.
Sorry, out.
Gone. Don't fuck with the USA. All right.
Yeah, don't do that.
And look, I'm a pacifist. I'm the best in the world at this shit. And look at me. Don't fuck with the USA. We're doomed. We're doomed. All right, dear listener. We have another song on the way for you.
So, Brand of Sacrifice, it's the official video, is the only one that's on YouTube. So, he's like, maybe play it, but don't show it.
That doesn't matter because they sound check it.
I would say just do it.
All right, commercial time. We shall return. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch. All right, you guys. DJ Nick in the house. The next song up on the list is Brand of Sacrifice, Demon King. Unfortunately, they don't have anything other than official videos up on YouTube. So we're going to have to try our luck and hope that they don't block this video. If it gets blocked or locked out, just hold on because we'll probably be coming back.
Yeah,
it's only happened once where they shut us down like for a while. So hopefully we'll be good and nothing terrible will happen, but you know,
we shall see.
We got to take our chances, I guess.
Well, the other thing is Nick has been a DJ on multiple occasions.
Yeah.
So
he's an OG.
We should have done this review a couple days ago and we had a family situation, and so Nick was pretty understanding about it. So my point is, this is at our discretion, dear listener. Do your best not to try anything official, but Nick is our guy. We reserve the right to take those risks for the homie. Having said that, dear listener, here we go. Brand of Sacrifice. What's the name of the band?
Demon King. Ooh.
Demon King. Demon King, Brand of Sacrifice. Let's go. Yes, Pinky!
was intense.
Me like it. Me like it.
That was very intense.
All you silly plebes who don't get the song, you're dumb butts.
I think, look, click this one. What Brooke said. Like two different sounds pulling at each other. I agree. That's exactly what it felt like. It felt like that the song was at war within itself.
It's very good.
Yeah,
it's very good.
I liked that. Ooh.
As far as I could tell, he's speaking about bringing back the powers that have been hidden for eternity, allowing the light to re-enter mankind. Just my interpretation. Philip Black says it was pretty.
Pretty?
Yeah, pretty. That's what he says.
Interesting.
Okay, so what did you think the song was about? I purposely didn't put the thingamajig on there. And I think for now we're still alive, so we didn't get...
I thought it was about a demon king.
We didn't get smoked by the copyright thing yet.
I thought it was about a demon king. Like, this world belongs to me, for I've taken everything, this world belongs to me, I am the demon king. I mean, it seemed pretty self-explanatory. I
control the largest territory in the world that I have conquered, even if it's blood-smeared and defiled. This world belongs to me! The world belongs to me, for I've taken everything, the world belongs to me, I am the demon king. Life in this world, it's all darkness, I will reign over this unclean world. Good Lord. I will ascend. Survival is based on my devotion. I will depend on none other than myself. I will instill fear in the masses. So begins the reign of the Demon King. What year was this? What year was this song written? How dare you? How dare you say you're the Demon King?
2021.
2021? Mm-hmm. Interesting. Hold on. Go back to that thing. Let's see. Demon King, Animal, and Altered Prophecy of the Falcon.
Perfect world.
Mm-hmm.
Corridor of Dreams. Ooh, corridor.
Let's see. We will continue. I will depend on another other than myself. I will instill fear in the masses. So begins the reign of the Demon King, the great emperor with the viperine composure, cultivated through the slaying of my enemies. Even when they dare follow the hawk of light, they will have no choice but to submit. I have brought this to fruition with my own hands. I will make the world a prison. I will ascend. Survival is based on my devotion. I will depend on none other than myself. I instill fear. What are the chances that I break, come to my senses, or annihilate? I've gained the power of the God hands. So what am I so afraid of? What is this raw energy? I won't survive this. My mind is deceived. Decimate every deity. I have transcended. I have depended on myself alone. I'm losing my mind.
I've lost everything.
It's true. Everybody who completely depends on themselves alone is insane. Or anybody that thinks that is insane. Oh. So there's no other way other than insanity to have that kind of philosophy in your life. I will ascend. Survival is based on my devotion. I will depend on none other than myself. I will instill fear in the masses. Ha ha.
I mean,
interesting. Go ahead.
I mean, it just sounds like a demon coming into power. Like,
yes, it could very well be.
What do you think? What do you think that this is about? Trump? I feel like you're going to go in some weird angle with this.
No, I don't think it's about Trump. I did have an angle. I'm not particularly certain how strange the angle is that I have, but I do have an angle on it.
Because for me, it's just like it's about a demon king. You know what I mean? Literally, where else would I go with that? Well, but you always have these places that you take.
Well, we just got done reading about Apollyon and how it's very likely that Apollyon in Revelation, who's a demon king, is probably talking about Titus Vespasian.
Yep.
And from a biblical perspective, every time you have a demon king, there's always a human counterpart to that demon king. So, yeah, I understand it's simple to a degree, but I'm not sure that that's the only thing he's talking about. Because the thing is that this demon king has got some chinks in his armor. What are the chances that I break? Come to my senses or annihilate. I've gained the power of the God hand. So what am I so afraid of? So you've got this demon king who seems to have omnipotent power, but he's afraid and he's breaking, and he admits that his mind is deceived and that he will not survive this. He says, I will not survive this. My mind is deceived. So Can you see a regular demon saying that, like
No.
having that kind of cognitive dissonance? I don't know. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure that that's the case. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think he's definitely talking about himself, but I think he's also having an honest moment and realizing that he's probably not as strong as he thinks he is.
Yeah.
Because you can be a tyrannical person and dominate your little area of influence, but internally, the things that it takes, the things that you have to do, and the mindsets that you have to be the kind of person that dominates your area of influence that way, makes for, you can depend on it that people that have that mentality are massively insecure people. People are just out on scorched earth and death and destruction doing all that shit so that they could have uncontested rule are massively insecure people, because if they were secure in their ability to dominate their area, they wouldn't need to eliminate everybody else.
And they wouldn't need to run everybody by fear.
Yeah, you wouldn't need to do that. You know what I'm saying? It's like you want to...
So you think Nero was like wildly insecure?
Oh yeah, all those world dictators are massively insecure people.
That's so interesting.
Yeah, for sure. That's why they have such a drive to dominate other people and to take away their freedom, because that way they won't have to deal with any sort of, opposition to them. Like emotionally, they can't handle opposition. They can't do it. And so they have to, they're not very confident in their powers of persuasion, because they don't believe that people are going to listen to them. If you were convinced that people were going to listen to you and that you could persuade them to adopt your view and to take actions based on the adoption of that view, then why would you go and kill them and try to make example of people who don't do that?
Yeah.
So, I think, the term demon, it's like, oh, you're a badass, and king means you have authority. Mm-hmm. And so when you put those two together, it's like, yeah, this is a badass with authority. But in reality, he's extremely insecure. He's self-deceived and he's delusional, and at some point he's at the edge of sanity and he knows he's about to break.
Jeez.
What are the chances that I break?
Yeah.
Come to my senses or annihilate. I've gained the power of the God hand, so what am I afraid of? What is this raw energy? See, that's what I'm saying. Like, he wants to decimate every deity that he believes he's transcended. But if you've really transcended every deity, you don't need to decimate them.
Yeah. That's a good point.
You don't need to like for example, in the plagues, God says, "I'm gonna enter into judgment against the gods of Egypt," and he just embarrassed them. He didn't annihilate them. He just said, "Okay, let's have a contest. We'll have a contest on the state of Egypt, and I'll just embarrass you, so that when the Israelites are crossing over to the Promised Land, Rahab says, our folks heard what your God did to the gods of Egypt. Like, Yahweh's not to be fucked with." But you need opposers to demonstrate that. But if you're supremely confident in yourself, you're like, yeah, bring them out. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's true.
Like, so people who walk around and are that harsh and want to just completely annihilate people and destroy opposition, they're destroying opposition because they know that they're weak. Anytime you see somebody that wants to completely and totally annihilate all their opposers, it's because they're totally weak. Like, you want the best on the other side. You want the best on the other side so that you can demonstrate that you're better than them. You don't want to. You know what I'm saying?
That's facts. Facts. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to compete against weaker people. You want to compete against the best. So that
if you think you're the best,
believe yourself to be the best.
Yeah. But Tanya Harding, she went after old Nancy Kerrigan there with the stick. You know what I'm saying? That's because she didn't think she had it in her to win to get to the.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy.
So, yeah, man, that's what it looks like to me anyway, and and that's one of the reasons why the bully is always a bitch when you really test him. It's very rare that when the bully gets confronted. It's very rare that when you square up with the bully and you show the bully that you're not afraid of him, it's very rare that the bully's like, oh, okay, let's do this shit. Usually when you put the screws to the bully, they, is because they were insecure the entire time. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing with Americans that Americans don't understand. Americans don't understand people outside of America's perception of them. People and people overseas don't understand American self-perception. You know, your average American has no idea as to how empirical and domineering we are on the planet. They don't get it. They don't understand where we've strategically set up bases and strategically are dominating other people's foreign waters. Mm-hmm. They have no idea.
Yeah. Yeah, when I took my trip overseas, I was at like a kids camp, and so the kids, they didn't obviously share the same political views as their parents, most of them, because they were teenagers and they really didn't care about their parents' opinions on stuff. And so I was from America, and they were celebrating that. They asked me if I knew the Olsen twins. I mean, this is like 10 years ago.
If you knew the Olsen twins?
If I knew them personally. I was like, no.
I personally know the Olsen twins. Yeah.
Yeah, they wanted to know if I knew them or if I had met Britney Spears. Like, that was like the big thing that the girls were all...
The dudes were asking you, or the girls?
The girls.
But we've exported Britney Spears to the world. Oh God, that poor girl.
Yeah, so because I was around the kids and they were very celebratory of that I was from America, I thought everybody was on the same page. That I didn't realize that there were people that didn't like Americans. And we ended up having to hitchhike, just kind of weird now that I think about it.
You never told me this story.
I did. I've said it on the stream before too. So we had a hitchhike, and the guy that was driving, this guy, Andrew, was in the car with us, and Andrew was like, he's like, I'm from Canada, and the guy was very happy that he was a Canadian, and so they were talking about that, and so I thought that I was going to get the same sort of celebration when I said that me and Joe were from, that we were from America. I was like, yeah, we're from America, and the guy, like, I'm not joking, he went dark, his face, like, I saw it go, and I was like, oh my gosh, and as I was saying it, I saw, like, Andrew get, like his posture changed, like, a smidge before I said where we were from. And I thought to myself, he looks like I shouldn't say this, but why would I not say this? It doesn't make any sense. And then I said it. And then, like, the energy in the car was really weird, and I thought to myself, well, hopefully we survive this. We did.
Is this a liberal guy, that Andrew guy?
Liberal?
The last name G?
Yeah. No.
He's not liberal, or he doesn't have the last name
It's
G?
funny because they both... No, he's not liberal.
He does have the last name G,
and it's not... Yeah, he does.
Okay.
But are you thinking of the one that I've had messaging battles with?
Yeah.
Or no, it's not him. He was the president of the class of pub.
Okay, so the Andrew G guy was the...
No, Andrew W was the one that I always have, like, those... He's still having his downward because of all being around that environment. It was just so terrible. Like, he's still, he's going through the ringer right now. So yeah, I believe that he is, but at this point he doesn't look like he is. But I have high hopes.
Gotcha.
But
he wasn't the one in the car. It was
no. It was Andrew G. And he, but it was just a very weird environment because I was like, whoa. And then when we left, I said, why did that happen? Like, what happened? And then Andrew was like, not everybody likes Americans. Like, we've dominated the planet. Like, people want, and I was like,
yeah,
I didn't realize, like, all of it, like, a lot of the things that we've been doing, because I've never really been into politics. So, yeah. So that was like a weird thing.
What was the name of this song again?
Brand of Sacrifice, Demon King.
Yes, he says at the end, I will ascend, decimate every deity. Okay, so we pretty much have all the lyrics here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there you go. I mean,
it was heavy. I liked the lyric video, the way that he the vocal style, I think, matched the topic, and the coloring and everything on the video. I enjoyed that as well. I would like to see actually what the artist actually looks like, because
what was the name of the band? Demon King?
Yeah, no, that was the name of the song. Brand of Sacrifice.
Okay.
In my mind, he was You know, on Lord of the Rings, that creature that they
Orc?
like, the orc, yeah, like kind of like the main orc.
He racist.
He kind of looked like an orc to me, but I didn't really get to see him.
All right, that's them.
Oh, okay. He doesn't look like an orc at all.
Not at all. He's serious as fuck though. But
yeah, he is.
Yeah,
he is.
He ain't no orc.
Yep.
Racist. All right, what do you get the score? What do you score it?
Ooh. 8.7.
Americans are deeply loved everywhere, especially after their atomic bombs, etc. I'll give it a solid 8.8. This is one of those ones, especially the breakdown, where if you listen to it 4 or 5 times, you really, really jam to the breakdown. The breakdown was like purposely offbeat and things like that, and not continuous with the energy, but that's on purpose. Those kinds of breakdowns are like that. So you got to listen to them a little bit over and over and over again. But there you are, Dylan. I give it an 8.8. What did you give it?
I think I gave it an 8.7 or an 8.9. I don't know, babe. Don't ask me twice. I already gave my number.
There you are, dear listener. If you are still in the stream like a good person and you're not a square, we still have more music coming your way, dear listener. If not, you can check us out again at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Having said that, dear listener, Vin out.
Sorry, out.
Gone. Yes, Sherry Bobbert. Yes, Sherry Bobbert. What's the next song? What is the next song?
The next song is Sabaton. Christmas Truce. Yeah.
Do me a favor and click that, because we're definitely not going to do that one as an official.
No,
video.
he said to play this one on the side because there's something we have to see.
Okay. Let's play it on the side.
Yep.
Vin and Sorry doesn't speak to me. What am I, the Antichrist? I don't think you're the Antichrist. I think the Antichrist has already been dealt with, my friend. We shall return! Return.
Anyway, if you were the Antichrist, Vin would be more likely.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them
to buy our merch.
Yes, sure.
All right, you guys. Next up on our DJ stream is Sabaton-Christmas Truce. And Vinny's going to pull up the video over there. Babe, when it gets done, keep your eye over here because there's a special guest on the official video. Obviously, we can't play it over there, but he wanted us to see the...
Okay. The official video doesn't start until 1 minute in the video for synchronization purposes.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do...
So I'm going to push the official up to a minute.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. What I will do is I'll hold it here. Then we'll watch that for a minute, and then
do me a favor.
And then I'll hit play. What? What are you asking for?
So we can hear.
Oh,
we can't share it with them because, you know. I gotta just silence that one.
Okay.
Sorry.
I have no idea what's happening, but okay.
Okay, ready?
Yep. So right now we're hearing
There's bombs exploding.
basically the Germans are in the trench. Or Russians in the trench. I don't really know who's in the trench. But it's trench warfare. People getting shot. Somebody just threw a grenade. Stu just got hit by a grenade and his buddy's turning him around. And here's the song.
Wait, hold on.
Crazy. Unbelievable. Damn Germans.
Silence. Oh, I remember the silence on a cold winter day. After many months on the battlefield, and we were used to the violence, then all the cannons went silent, and the snow fell. Voices sang to me from no man's land. We are all friends. And today we're all brothers, tonight we're all friends. Our moment of peace in a war that never ends. Today we're all brothers, we drink and unite. Now Christmas has arrived and the snow turns the ground white. Hear carols from the trenches, we sing a holy night. Our guns play to rest
Look, we're supposed to get a special appearance here.
Screenshot that. Uh-huh. 2021, wow. I don't know who that guy is at the end. Who is that guy?
I don't either. But maybe it's...
This thing is like a mini movie. Credits. Go back. I want to take a shot of that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right there. Yeah. Wow.
That story will always get me emotional.
That's I guess a German dude and the French dude. Listen to the end credit vocals.
Oh well, we need that.
Hold on. End credit vocals. That floor? Sounds like Floor. Is it Floor?
It does sound like Floor. Is it Floor?
Is it Floor Johnson?
Wow. Ugh.
I think we got the idea.
Yeah, it's definitely. Yeah, it's Floor for sure.
For sure.
I'm not going to be convinced otherwise. The story of this happening to me, they couldn't fight each other after, right? They had to be restationed.
Well, in the movie that we saw, yeah. Remember I told you, see, look, the soccer. What were we discussing yesterday? I said sports is a stand-in for war.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how you hear that saying that basically like wars are fought by the poor and the young. And so like that to me is just evidence of that. Like you have boys on one side, boys on the other, and then it's Christmas, they end up coming together and they
send me that picture.
They don't want to.
Of course not. Of course they don't want to kill each other.
You know.
Of course they don't want to kill each other.
Sad.
And that's why I always say like we do the human family a complete disservice if you try to turn German people into these strange monsters of iniquity. Mm-hmm. And the German soldier, you try to recast him as a strange monster of iniquity, like some weird, species of human being that we've never seen before.
Yeah.
These are regular people just like me and you that ended up, fighting for an empire that was evil, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are completely evil or whatever. And to the degree that we try to dehumanize the German people during World War II, we're missing out on a whole lot of history lessons. I mean,
absolutely.
This was the end of the video, which I thought was pretty poignant. I quoted Tom Holland, where he was talking about Christianity's effect on the world. A couple videos specifically talking about how strange it is that the cross is the Christian symbol, and he was saying because we're so remote, well, because we've been Christianized. I mean, one of the clearest evidences of our Christianization as Western people, and Middle Eastern people as well, is the fact that the cross is such a it's a symbol that we completely understand, but we don't understand it because the cross was a scandalous thing. It was a horrific, terrible instrument of death that.
Yeah.
Talk about in parlance, but Tom Holland says the idea that your God could have been placed on a cross was such a revolutionary idea because it brought everybody down to an equal plane.
Yep.
And it also talked about how horrific even the practice of crucifixion and just the practice of killing other human beings is the fact that you got that so wrong that you put God on the cross. Like, maybe we should stop killing each other. And so, like, to end it, you know, the video with the cross is just a very, it's a massively powerful vision. Do you think when Jesus comes back, he wants to see a cross? Yes, I do. Because all through the book of Revelation, Jesus is called the Lion of the tribe of Judah once or twice. But his nickname throughout the book of Revelation, which many people believe is focusing on his final coming, is the Lamb. And he still bears the wounds in the book of Revelation because he doesn't want us to forget what put him there and why he went there. So I absolutely believe that he wants the cross to be remembered. And the cross says a lot. It says, look at how cruel humanity can be. Where we sat back and said, how could we create an instrument of death that prolongs your death in the most agonizing way possible?
Yeah.
Like when you say excruciating pain, it's got the word crucis in it, crucified. It's like you're saying the pain is so bad that you were crucified, basically. That's what excruciating means. It's pain from the cross is a literal explanation of the breakdown of what crucifixion means. So on the one hand, it talks about human evil. On the other hand, it talks about God still seeing enough value in humanity to say, I'm going to take part in the most evil thing that you can construct, and I'm going to absorb all that evil onto myself so I can resurrect a new form of humanity. So on the one hand, the cross shows us how evil human beings can be, and simultaneous to that, it shows how valuable human beings are to God. And, you know, my friends ask me all the time, why couldn't God just willy-nilly forgive sins? You know, why? And I'm like, you know what's interesting if people ask me that question? Simultaneous to that, they want all child molesters and all that. They're angry that God would forgive them.
Yeah.
And so am I, by the way.
Yeah.
But the reason that we have a cross, the reason why it took the brutality of the cross to forgive us is because we're always going to take our shit and minimize it, and take other people's shit that they do and maximize it. So when people say, oh, why couldn't God just forgive people willy-nilly? They're just talking about themselves. They're saying, yeah, I know I'm not perfect, but what I did doesn't warrant a cross type of death.
Right. Yeah.
But then the people that they would say would warrant a cross type of death, they don't want God to forgive them in the first place. It's like, well, maybe God has a different perspective on this shit than you.
Yeah.
Like maybe he thinks the severity of your, you know, little white lies are a lot more severe than you realize. Because, you know, I was talking about this. My brother, he was in a unit where, you know, they dealt with people that hurt children. And my brother said,
these people were completely unrepentant.
He couldn't do it because they had no concept of the fact that they had destroyed a life at a very young age. He's like, they were, I mean, I'm not going to repeat some of the shit he said that these people said, but, you know, he went to the other side where he could, you know, make sure those people get prosecuted and put away, because they didn't have a concept of how bad, how evil their evil truly was.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
And all of us are like that. Like, we trivialize all the shit we do in the way that we've hurt people. But when it comes to other people who do shit that we don't do, then we go, oh, that's really horrible.
The other thing, too, is that I don't think that people, we don't realize all the time how our bad actions have generational effects. So, you know, maybe you lose your temper very easily. Well, the fact that you lose your temper, like you lost your temper yesterday in traffic, you're like, well, that doesn't affect generations. But the fact that you're the person that just blows up over small things means you're probably going to do that to the people that you love. And a lot of times, you know, I don't know if you guys have ever seen that. The husband gets home from work, he's like angry at the wife. Then she turns around, she's angry at the kids. And the kids turn around, they're angry at the dog. You know, like everything affects the next person. And if a child is in an environment where there's there's that constant blowing up and rage and violence maybe, then that's going to get passed to the grandkids. It's going to get passed. So there comes a generation where somebody has to say, okay, we have to make this stop. But a lot of times we look at our issues as isolated events. Well, I got frustrated in traffic. I mean, that person cut me off. Not realizing that the fact that you were so easily triggered by just somebody coming on, I mean, really, they went in front of you.
Right.
I mean,
you don't own that piece of land.
Yeah, it's kind of like, like if you saw a child in line and somebody like cut them in line and they blew up and started, having some, you'd be like, yeah, chill. I mean, it's not that deep.
Right.
But we become adults and we think that we can just blow up all over the place or do this or that. And we don't realize the effect that it has long term. And we don't realize either, like, how repetitive our behaviors are. We were just talking to somebody the other day and, like, it was crazy because this person did something outrageous on a certain date. And I thought the two outrageous things happened on the same date, like the same year. But it turned out that it was like 1 year and then 365 days later, it was another crazy event on that. And it's like, okay, so how many... But I think that we're all like that. If we could actually pull back and look at our lives and see over a long span of time, like what behavior patterns are repeated and where our massive issues are. But we don't see that. We just look at all of our stuff as isolated. But if it's somebody else, it's easy to be like, this person's been forever.
Yeah. Yeah. And like, for example, let's take World War II. Let's take World War II. Everybody knows that not the only, but one of the main catalysts for World War II was the Treaty of Versailles, which was designed to shame and completely dishearten the German people and basically put all the blame for World War I on them. And they sanctioned the hell out of them. They cut up the land, all the rest of it.
Yep.
It was a completely vengeful act, so much so that there are a couple ambassadors like, yo, I'm not taking part in this. This is bullshit. So if we would have taken if the world would have taken a Christ-like approach to Germany, would we have had a World War II?
Exactly.
Probably not. But because we crushed them and we had them at our mercy, we then completely destroyed those people to the point where they were vulnerable to a guy like a Hitler.
Yep.
They were vulnerable to...
exactly.
And it also, was the last, stake in the ground that drove him insane, because he was there in World War I. He saw all of his friends die and all the rest of it. Then he comes back to Germany, and his entire country is in shambles, and Austria. He comes back, Germany's in shambles and ruins because of this Treaty of Versailles, and obviously, Germans are responsible for what they... I'm just saying, to your point of the chain of events that lead to something. We want to talk about Hitler and how horrible and horrific and subhuman those Germans are, and we don't want to say, well, wait a second, the world put these people in a very horrible situation. It's the same thing that happens with a guy like Antonio Brown. Of course, he's crazy. Of course, Antonio Brown is crazy, but you have an entire power structure in the NFL where these white coaches get to shove black guys around, threaten them, I'm going to fire you, blah, 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 blah. And you never want to say, okay, well, maybe there's a problem here. So to your point about the chain of events, like I had this one guy saying, are you saying that there's Nazis in heaven? I said, inshallah, I hope so. Because if there aren't Nazis in heaven, I don't know how the hell any American's going to get there. But we really want to believe that we're like above everyone, and that it's those other people. That's why I say, like, you have to really understand that, to your point, it's a chain of events and the snowball effect, and none of us does things in isolation.
Nope.
And none of the things that we do are in isolation, for better or for worse. Just for balance, I'm going to read my man Perko. Hey, shout out to Christina. Completely disagree. Their perspective of Treaty of Versailles was a little different than other treaties on the time, and far less harsh than the treaty the Germans enforced on the Russians. Oh, well, the fact that the Germans had a much harsher treaty on the Russians doesn't justify the harshness of the Treaty of Versailles. I don't think the Treaty of Versailles was the worst treaty of all time. but it certainly wasn't a conciliatory treaty, and it was certainly not a treaty in the Sermon on the Mount. When you have someone dead to rights, and you've got him by the throat, you're supposed to show mercy. So that what I'm saying is the standard should have been a merciful treaty. And as I said, and Perk, you know this better than me, there were other European ambassadors that were saying, yo, this is too far. We're crushing these people. The other thing is that we had just got through something that had no precedent, which was a world war. And if you guys listen to hardcore history and you just see the way that folks were just mowed down, it's never happened before. Jeez. And so I understand that there are much harsher treaties, but again, if you look at what happened with the Soviet Union, etc., after World War II, it's not like that resulted in anything better either. So my point is, you have your enemy dead to rights. How are you going to treat them? Right? And you could say, I'm gonna take 5 pints of blood, or I'm gonna take 10 pints of blood, or I'm gonna bandage them up. See, bandaging them up is the standard. You can't say, oh, if they took 10 pints of blood, I only took 5. It's like, there's gonna be a repercussion.
Yep.
And it led to the horrors of what we saw. And again, German people were responsible for what they did. I'm not, but what I'm saying is, to your point, this idea that, they're just some different species of human being. I mean, it's unfortunate. Now, when are the Nazis in heaven still Nazis? No, I don't believe they are. But I don't believe that the Americans in heaven will remain Americans either. I think this whole America, and we get to just march through the earth and do whatever the fuck we want, and march and own the oceans and own the seas and do what we want, and we're going to set up submarines and threaten you, and that sort of mentality, and we're going to drone bomb the hell out of you and take all your shit. That's an evil mentality that I do not think will survive heaven. And so, I've often said, I'm a post-millennialist in the sense that I believe that the world will progressively get better as we adopt the Sermon on the Mount. As we've been reading in the Jewish Wars, the Sermon on the Mount had an immediate effect, but I also think I'm just posting Perkinos here because we usually agree. So when we disagree, I think it's important for people to see.
Yeah, I agree.
It had an immediate effect that if the Jewish people at the time would have listened, they wouldn't have gotten massacred like they did in AD 70. Because by the end of the Jewish War, Josephus was basically preaching the Sermon on the Mount because it was just a logical necessity that those folks should have listened. I didn't say it was justified, but it was consistent with other treaties, including treaties the Prussians enforced on France and Germany and Russia. I could easily make the case that World War II could have been avoided if the treaty were more harsh and broke up the Germans completely, which is what happened after World War II. Well, you could make that argument. And what I'm saying is a more merciful treaty that was not as harsh as it was from a biblical perspective, I think would have been a lot better, considering the fact that the German soldier, the grunt German soldier, is more representative, I think, of the spirit of the German people than Mengele or these crazy demon-possessed people in the concentration camp. These people who were willing to play soccer and all this with people who were gonna kill them. Okay, it would be very difficult to motivate people like that to go into all-out war if you had a merciful treaty that restored German dignity to the world. I'm saying. I agree with that. And as Amy Lee says, there's no country in heaven. That's true. We'll all be Zionists. But Nazis weren't Christians. They were whatever, right? I mean, there's no way Nazis could end up in heaven as long as they believed in Christ. Well, I don't think things are that simple. Because like I said, Americans, we support a horrible government that does horrible shit all over the world. I do not believe that your average German citizen was cool with experimenting on their neighbors and experimenting on human beings. There are practices that Americans have right now. I'm not going to get into it, but you can watch other shows where we dissect people alive, and Americans accept that. I think God is infinitely merciful. I think God is merciful in ways that we don't understand. Yep. And I think what I would say is that anybody who was German in that time who had any faith in Christ at all realizes now that what they took part in is horrific. In the same way that I believe that God's grace will overcome many Americans' apathy toward their neighbors around the world and the littlest neighbors that they have that they obviously don't care about.
Yep.
So what I'm saying is, all of us are trapped in this system, and if we do not apply Christ's principle to the world, we're going to end in bloodshed. And I've I don't want to say preached, but I believe that pacifism, including or non-lethality, say it that way, non-lethality in the even for self-defense, I believe is the right way. And a lot of people are like, that's impractical, yada, yada, yada. And of course, you guys know that I've always said, like, I struggle with that aspect of my faith to actually live it out. Because if people are really, really, really close to me, then that's the first thing that I think of to do to protect them. You know what I'm saying? And so, I'm not there yet. But when I see these two warring factions playing soccer, exchanging chocolate and Christmas carols, it's like, no, war is impractical. Like, whether or not Perk and I agree on the
treaties,
the Treaty of Versailles, war is impractical. Killing people that you would much rather play a soccer game with is fucking impractical.
Yeah.
And who was it that determined, we shouldn't do this? It was the powers that be, the folks that were not in the trench.
Yep.
The folks that were not, digging out trenches by hand to evade bombardment. It was those people that were going back to being practical, when in reality, peace is what's practical. Ending the cycle of violence is practical. Not killing people is practical. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's practical. But this whole thing where we just keep killing each other and all the rest of it, man, forget it.
Yeah.
I worked as a geriatric caring nurse in Germany over 10 years. I had very bad to the bones Nazis as seniors, which has been the minority. The majority were just victims of their circumstances. These elderly ones told me multiple hours of their personal World War II experience. Exactly.
Wow.
And if we don't realize that these were regular people, man, who were influenced and swayed by powers beyond their control, by very few people with powers beyond their control, then we're not going to get it. I mean, and to Perkinos's point, it doesn't take much. Conversely, the scripture says that our feet are quick to shed blood. So Perkinos is pointing out, it doesn't take much for human beings to turn on each other.
Yeah. That's,
you know what I'm saying?
That's true.
We went from saying, it's just a glob of cells to, it's a parasite that needs to get, etc. So you got to balance it out, because you can't be too naive and say, well, if it weren't for the Treaty of Versailles, it would have never happened. And simultaneous to that, you have to say, mercy is always, when you have somebody that's in a completely powerless position, no matter how horrible they were to you, and they're ready to repent and go in a different direction, mercy is always better. Mercy triumphs over judgment, the scripture says. So it's very, very fascinating to me. Sabaton is not a Christian band in any way, shape, or form, but they end the video with a cross, and I think that's the more I read about history, which a lot of it I've learned from Perk, the more that I'm reading the Jewish wars and all the rest of it, I'm like, man, this is the only hope for humanity.
Yeah.
Bro. This extreme willingness to, you want to talk about like turning the other cheek? That's like that on 10. Like, it's unbelievable, and it's like it's the only hope. Period. Good song, and this shit happened in history. Show me. Listen, show me the warriors on opposing sides from different nations who came together and exchanged chocolate because of Muhammad, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, or Buddha, or anybody. It's only Jesus, man. Sorry, only Jesus.
Yeah, the story is obviously like powerful, and anytime we get a song, there's been multiple songs made about that story that we've reviewed. So that's always a high rating. The story is great. Sabaton is obviously good too. So for me, it's a 9.1.
The last thing I'll say is, a lot of people are rightly pointing out, like, this is ridiculous. Like, so if he would have died in an electric chair, a chair would have been the sign of Christianity. The last thing I'll say is the fact that Paul would say things, I determined to preach nothing amongst you except for Christ and Him crucified. Mm-hmm. The fact that the cross emerged as the number one symbol of Christianity, in my mind, necessitates a resurrection. There is no way that the cross
yes, I agree.
could be the symbol. And again, now there's a redemptive spin to the cross. So everybody, wears crosses, whether or not you're a Christian or whatever in the Western world. But in that time period and in that location, for a Jewish man to claim to be the Messiah, well, what's his symbol? Is it a sword?
It's whatever he conquered.
Is it a sling? What is his symbol? A cross, the instrument of Jewish humiliation and Roman power, and your powerlessness. How the fuck does that happen without something equally insane to make it that? And I just say, to me, the resurrection is the only thing that is the only thing that explains that, in my opinion.
100%.
So there you are, dear listener. All right, what'd you give it?
I give it a 9.1. What'd you give it?
I'll give it a solid 9. Solid 9. Very, 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 very good. Very good song. Very good discussion.
Great
good
story.
jousting session with the big homie Perk. This is what we're about, dear listener. Show me another channel where you're gonna find it. You will not be able to. Don't lie to me, you dumb butt.
Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. We still have one more song coming at you with it. So we'll sign out for now, and we'll be right back.
Right back. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. All right, dear listener. We got one more jam for you, actually. Pump up the jam. Oh, God. That's interesting. The Barfy Vocals, 9.6. Barfy Vocals? What's a Barfy Vocal? I'm Ben.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at sorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed.
And a child shall lead them.
Vina Zane, we have reached the end, my friends.
Not the end, just the beginning of the end.
Yes.
We're on our last song on the DJ Nick stream. This song is called Warriors of the World United. Vinny's going to tell us what the name of the band is. Go ahead, Vinny.
I don't know the name
right
of the
here.
band.
I'm showing it to you.
Feuerschwanz?
Yep.
Okay. So this is the official videos with the subtitles added?
Yeah, so he said it's not official because I still think it'll count as official, but we'll see what happens.
Okay. Yeah, Daniel, the Bible doesn't say that Jesus went down to hell to fight with the devil. In the New Testament, Jesus destroys the devil by the breath of his mouth. He just says, "Be gone." That's it. It's not a real altercation. Okay. Okay, guys. So the name of this song is Feuerschwanz, Warriors of what now?
Of the World United.
All right, let's see it. Warriors of the World United. Let's go.
Uh-oh, Napalm Records.
Napalm's pretty bad.
Yeah.
What instrument is that?
I don't know. I like the paint.
Hey! 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 Hey!
Oh, that is weird. It's like cranking.
What could go wrong?
Here soldiers stand from all around the world, waiting in a line to hear the battle cry. All together cheer, victory is near.
The sound will fill the hall, bringing power.
Let's go!
We alone are fighting for metal that is true. We own the right to live the fight. We're here for all of you. Now swear the blood upon your steel will never dry. Stand and fight together beneath that battle sky. Brothers everywhere, raise your hands into the air. We're warriors, warriors of the world. Like thunder from the sky, sworn to fight and die. We're warriors, warriors of the world. Many stand against us, but they will never win. We said we would return, and here we are again. To bring them all destruction, suffering and pain. We are the hammer of the gods. We are thunder, wind and rain.
There they wait in fear, with swords and feeble hands, with dreams to be a king, first one to be a man.
I call them out and charge them all with a life that is a lie. And in their final hour they shall confess before they die. Brothers everywhere, raise your hands into the air. We're warriors, warriors of the world. Like thunder from the sky, sworn to fight and die. We're warriors, warriors of the world. If I should fall in battle, my brothers who fight by my side, gather my horse and weapons, tell my family how I died.
Until then I will be strong. I will fight for all that is real.
Oh, who stand in my way will die by steel. Brothers everywhere, raise your hands into the air. We're warriors.
Wow,
Yes, Pinky.
that was cool. That girl was definitely the best. They should have featured her more.
Well, the vocalista.
Well, there was a multiple.
Apparently, there's
female vocalists in there, I thought.
There's a musical instrument called a hurdy-gurdy. That's that little thing that
she was spinning around. Wow.
275. That's my guy. He says Eric Adams is furious. I don't know. I think this might have been a cover or something like that. That shit was cheesy as hell, bro.
It was, but it was. But I thought that
is originally by a band called Manowar. But sometimes cheese is okay.
Yeah, I just like I put it in a certain bracket. And then I didn't even realize it was cheesy until like somebody said it, and I was like, "Oh yeah, it is actually." But it was like I liked that it was showing both feminine and masculine strength. You know, we were having this conversation last night.
Yes.
So I liked that. That they were like the men and the women were both featured, but like they both had a strength that was being expressed, and the paint that they did on their faces, I liked that. I liked the energy, like the warring together, and then, you know, warriors of the world unite. It's kind of corny sounding, but I don't know, gathering together and like, I don't know, whenever I see stuff like that, like warrior women, I feel like I was born at the wrong time or something. I'm like, I wish I could have, you know, I'm not doing ballet. It's out, babe. It's completely out. I'm offended that you even said it. Carry on.
Well, you were asking me, look, you know, the WNBA, it's like, I mean, it's tolerable, but it's not a major sport. Mm-hmm. And if there was a female football league, you know exactly what would happen.
Yeah,
it would
but
be
I don't
fun.
feel like it's
it
that.
Would be fun
I feel
to
like
watch. The only way that thing would work is if they, you know what they would do to make that work. A female football league. So, I mean, it's, look. Go ahead. Say what you're going to say.
You know, like they have those shows where people like compete to like, you know, grabbing onto stuff and doing all these different things, like stuff like that.
Yeah.
Where it was
American Ninja Warrior
specifically geared toward, I don't know, somehow like a feminine edge to it, like where you wouldn't be thinking this would be better if it was men. You know what I mean? Like something I don't know how it would look or whatever. But
it's impossible because women are not as strong as men. They're not.
Babe, it's not about the goal of being strong. It has to be about something else.
No, I'm saying the reason that those sports are not as popular is because they're not doing these impossible feats of physical.
That's why I think it would be more
dominance.
in the realm of the arts, like combining that with the arts.
I agree with you. That's what I was saying yesterday. Ballet is
but you just said ballet, and I didn't like.
Ballet is a form of physical art. You dismissed it because
I don't like ballet.
To me, you know, but that takes a lot of strength.
Yes,
and grace.
it does.
And you just summarily dismissed it. But
I think I don't like it.
I think that's cool. But you know, I mean, you know, but yeah, I mean, I liked it. The Warriors, they did a.
But that girl was definitely the best. They should have featured her more.
They were badass for sure.
Her voice.
What do you mean? The girl?
Yeah.
Yeah, the female vocalist. Vocalist is always going to work unless the girl cannot sing at all.
Yeah. Yeah, but she was just, her voice was really, really good. I think they should have featured her a lot more.
I agree.
I agree. I was 110%. Like, because it looked like they were going through everybody, and then they were going to do like another spin around the sun with everybody, but then it felt like they were just kind of looping the men. I'm like, no, they shouldn't be doing this. They should.
Well, Amy was saying the same thing. Mm-hmm. She was saying that the girls should have been more focused. But and there's nothing, you know, the oh my god, I'll never understand this with the
Brooke the cheers is what made it great.
No, I like the cheese. I like it. Sometimes you need the cheese, but I mean it was kind of thick. I think your wife means it's okay for women to show their Amazon warrior side. Yeah.
Yes, I think that's what I'm saying, and I feel like
I wasn't saying that wasn't okay.
I feel like that there's always like so much focus on beauty and stuff that it's like, you know, like even the women in the video, like everything, like from their makeup to their costumes to their body movements, everything was like aesthetically pleasing. And I think that I kind of like,
well, the men
I don't
were,
know, like
there were no overweight men in that video.
Yeah, but the men, you know, I don't have the energy to go over it.
No, but like if you're a warrior and you've made a career of war fighting, you're gonna be fit. Mm-hmm. You know, like especially that kind of war fighting. I mean, you can get away with being a bit out of shape now, but generally speaking, that kind of war fighting, and you got to run, you know, traverse miles a day, and then, you know, have all this cardiovascular work. You're generally going to be fit. I mean, I think that's just, you know, at some level we got to be historically accurate. I mean, I agree. I think that, you know, I just don't understand why it's so important to you that women are represented as being battle-hardened warriors. Like, why is that important?
No, the thing is, like, you're completely misunderstanding me.
I know, that's why I'm asking you
I don't know how to explain it. Like, I'm not talking about women being battle-hardened warriors. I'm talking about women because there's a platform for men to be celebrated for what makes them masculine, and I don't feel like there's a platform for women to be celebrated for what makes them feminine.
I completely disagree with you.
Okay, since you're a woman, tell me all about this.
I don't have to be. You don't have to. You just said there's a platform for men to be celebrated. So you're not a man. So I guess you can't say that.
I mean, we all know that football is celebrating men. Okay, where's this platform where women are celebrated for their femininity, for them being women, not for them having to like masculinize themselves to be like men, or for them to have to be like a Miss America pageant?
Well, football. What do you think the percentage of men in America are that could make an NFL team?
I don't know. It must be low.
It's less than 1, right?
I don't know.
So I don't. Football is not the celebration of masculinity. It's a celebration of peak masculinity.
Yep.
I mean, even those guys are all on performance-enhancing drugs in one way or another. So football is almost a fiction of masculinity.
Yeah, but
I don't know what
the way that they're constructed is a byproduct of them doing what they're doing. Like, they have to be in the sport is not about what they look like. Their body has to be in shape because of what they're doing. But it's their skill that is on display. And it's, you know, the crazy shots, catching it and putting it up against it and catching it like that. Like,
you, David
that's
Tyree.
what makes everybody freak out is when their skill level like defies what you think was going to happen, and it's celebrated. Where I don't feel like that there's something, and don't get, you know, it doesn't have to be a sport. It could be something in the arts, or maybe there is something that I'm just not aware of where a woman is celebrated for whatever the peak of womanhood is, like that is put on display for people to be like, holy shit, wow, that was crazy. And that there's a draw to watch that, like there's a draw to watch football.
Why do you have to exclude beauty from that?
Maybe because beauty is like, it doesn't take any skill to be beautiful.
Yeah, it doesn't take any skill to be 6'9" either.
No, but it does take skill. You can be 6'9" and not be able to make it to the NFL. I know lots of tall people that thought they were going to make it, but they didn't have the skill. So what's on display is how excellent they are at their craft.
But then when I do talk about something that does necessitate skill, you just dismissed it.
What are you talking about?
I didn't dismiss it, you did. I said ballet, and you're like, I don't care about ballet.
No, I said I'm not interested in ballet.
But there is a platform where women are being celebrated for skill and strength, which would be ballet.
Yeah, I just don't feel like that ballet, like, shows... I don't feel like it captures, like, womanhood. I just don't think it does. I don't feel...
Okay, let's do this. Let's do it this way.
I don't have answers.
Define what you're talking about by womanhood.
That's the thing. I can't even describe it because it's almost like... It's almost been not, I don't know. I really don't know. Because you hear, it depends on which circle you go in. So if it's in the evangelical circle, then, you know, it's submission and bearing children. If it's, you know, if you go in another thing, it's...
Wait, say that last part again? About bearing children? Say that again. What did you say? If you go to one place, it's what now?
It's submission and bearing children. Like, that's the epitome of womanhood in certain circles. So I'm saying, like, this, you're able to see the male skill on display in football and how they all have to work together. And the celebration is the teamwork of it, the aspect of it. Like, you can be ugly, it doesn't matter. You have to be skilled, though. And you have to have full control of your body, because when you don't have full control of your body, that's how you lose the ball. That's how people land with the ball in their hands and then they don't get it.
Yeah, but you don't want to be celebrated. It appears to me that you don't want to be celebrated for the things that the Bible celebrates women for.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, skillfully raising children.
But
there it is.
No, see, you keep misunderstanding me, and it's pissing me off. I'm saying that there is no sport or art thing that you can see. We can't turn on the TV and watch a woman raising her children.
You can turn on TV and watch ballet. You don't want to. You're not
I just said that I don't think that displays womanhood.
I disagree with you, because it shows the grace, it shows the feminine qualities, but it also takes a lot of strength to do what those girls do with ballet. But
it's not exciting enough.
You don't value that.
No, it's not exciting enough. It's boring.
To me, this conversation is a microcosm of a confusion of modern American feminism, where on the one hand, there's this resentment towards men because we hang out in our masculine glory, but on the other hand, there's this complaint that there's nothing for them, but then the things that are distinctly female, you reject it.
No, and secondly,
or it's not as exciting.
Ballet's not about like a team aspect of it, where you get to see women all working together and celebrating all together at the end.
Volleyball. See, there you go again. You see what I'm saying?
I don't feel like that captures womanhood.
That's a team aspect.
It doesn't capture womanhood. You can put men playing volleyball too.
Girls play basketball.
If girls play football, it doesn't have the same feel as watching guys on the football field.
Yeah, that's because men are...
And I want the same for us, that if you put a guy there, it's not satisfactory. We want to see women doing whatever art or sport or whatever it is.
But there's going to be no physical activity where that's ever going to work, ever. That's never going to happen. There's never going to be anything physical that a woman does that a man cannot do better than them.
No, I didn't say it has to be physically. I didn't say it has to be physically. You keep getting like bogged down on these things, and you're missing what I'm saying.
I said raise children. You
said you can't. No, you can't tune in and watch a woman raising her children.
Okay, so then are you talking about a sport?
It doesn't. If I say sport, then you say the sport is like it's geared like war for men. I'm saying it doesn't have to be a sport, an activity.
I'm asking you.
I'm telling you. I don't know what it would be, but I want to see something.
That's my point about modern American feminists. This is a confusion that you guys have because you reject the things that are distinctive and definitional about women. And so, because those things are rejected...
No. Ballet does not have the team aspect of it, where you celebrate because you won together as a team. You don't see a bunch of women doing a team. I want to see women working together and celebrating each other. You don't see that. When the sports thing gets over and they're, high-fiving each other and hugging each other and they all get in that crew, we don't have that. We don't have that.
And why? My question is, why is that?
Oh, I'm sure you've got some reason. I'm sure there's a reason for it, but I don't know.
No,
I feel like it's because women have been oppressed for so long.
You're the man.
When you're the man.
I'm saying I'm the man, so I could tell you why dudes have sports like that and things like that, and why they're so emotional. When we won the championship and all that, I could tell you why dudes are like that, but you tell me why there aren't anything like that with women.
I don't know. It just seems like they're I don't know. I don't know if it's because we're, men left their family and they went off to war, and like that was celebrated if you were a great warrior because it was a necessity.
Yeah, Christina, you can't blame this on the Bible. You can't blame the Bible for the fact that the WNBA isn't as cool as the NBA. Like,
honestly, I feel like the answer is in the Bible.
It's not like
I just can't find it.
It's not like the secularists are offering her a different solution.
No, there's no there's no solution that I've heard of that's satisfactory to me. Where I'm going to see if there was like, and you know what? To be honest with you, maybe it's like maybe the stuff that I want to see is something that died a long time ago. Maybe it's the makes me emotional. Maybe it's the village of women working together, when they would raise their children or they would birth their children. I think that the posts that girl that I read you a lot of her posts, I think her posts are so moving because she voices this need or this like fallout within I don't know, women culturally. Like we're all separated and there's just not like a lot of closeness with women. There's, I don't know.
But that's what I'm saying.
But I don't want to see a sport because I do feel like that part of the like epitome of womanhood is child rearing. I just don't know how does that get like I want to see, like when you see football, does it inspire you to want to be great at, whatever your capabilities are for your physical makeup?
Well, that's because I'm built to be physical as a protector, as a man. That's my role.
So
in
then that would be a
society
yes.
And in the home.
And I want to see something that inspires me in womanhood.
Well, the question is, I know as a man why I'm a man and why I'm strong. I know why I'm the strongest person in this house.
Yeah.
I understand that. And I know that my strength is not cultural conditioning. I have a very specific purpose. I'm the strongest person in this house because if some motherfucker tries to come in here, I'm going downstairs. Mm-hmm. And it would be shameful for me to hide behind you or my kids. I need to be the one that confronts that threat at the door. So when I see men who are at the peak of their physical strength, it inspires, or who play through pain and setbacks, and when I see Tom Brady's mental toughness, I know as a man I have to apply that for my family. I got to apply some mental toughness to my family. There have been so many times when I was, working for the man, I had to apply a certain degree of mental toughness. When I look at Tom Brady's work ethic, I go, okay, that's the type of guy I could follow. I got to be that type of guy in this house, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, because it's based around my purpose. I know why I'm that way. The problem is, from my vantage point, it's you guys who have drained the feminine role in society of all of its significance. It's not us. You guys, we were the ones that were saying Marilyn Monroe was the finest specimen of a woman ever. It was you guys that said, no, super skinny women are. So all I'm saying is, this is a consequence of pretending that there are no differentiations between the two of us. And now, instead of encouraging girls to do X, Y, Z, you got the WNBA. Well, fine, do it. That's what I'm saying, is that's not, we didn't do that.
I feel like, yeah. So, I don't know, Marilyn Monroe, why you brought that into it.
When you talked about raising children being the epitome of womanhood, there's no woman in this chat that's going to agree with that.
No, I know that. And I know that, like, when, you see it all the time, like this mockery of if you want to stay home with your kids and take care of your kids, like, look, I work my ass off on our jobs. Like, we have multiple businesses that we're doing, and I'm returning emails, I'm doing this, I'm setting up streams, I'm doing all these different things. Well, I want to spend time with my kids. So I take my computer down, I'm typing on my computer while I'm surrounded with my kids, but because I'm doing two things at the same time, my patience level's not as good.
Who's ridiculing women who stay home with their kids?
Women do. I know that.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but where did it start? Where did it come from?
Y'all did that.
Yeah, no, I think that the reason that started is because a lot of people were in oppressive environments. Like, that's not all a woman is made for. It's just to raise children.
I agree with that. I agree. I think second and third waves of feminisms are overcorrections, and it's now being dominated by people who I don't think are very mentally stable. Like that woman who wrote that her sons are all future rapists. And then when her sons got upset that their mother shamed them in front of the world, she said that was proof that she was right. That shit is fucking crazy. And I still think we have a long way to go. What I'm saying is that the reason you don't see women banding together around the things that are distinctly feminine is because, you guys destroyed that in the 60s and 70s.
How is that even helpful?
Well, it's helpful to know what the problem is so you can get to a solution. But that's not on us. We kept our lane. We kept our lane. We were like, yeah, no, we're not going to hide behind no skirt. If somebody comes to the door, we're going to the door. We held our shit, and you guys you guys, instead of looking at the real enemy, the real oppressor, which was us, you turned on each other and started mocking each other for staying home and being, quote, barefoot and pregnant. We didn't do that. Most of the dudes I know want to be able to have a couple kids and you know, have a girl that loves kids and all. Those are the dudes I know. We didn't, you know what I'm saying? So I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying, and I get the frustration because there are less and less things that women can be celebrated for that only you guys can do. You know what I'm saying?
And so, like, I know, you know, you watch UFC and like the women's league about it and stuff like that. But it's not like there's sometimes that I watch it and I'm like, oh, that'd be cool to, you know, to actually like put my strength out there to the degree like, and not have to worry that you're going to harm somebody else, because that's actually the point, is to get them down. So I think it would be cool to push my body to that point. But when I watch it, I don't really like it because I find something about it offensive, and I don't know if that's like women being violent with other women. Like, it feels like it's so like unnatural and against like.
What about women's gymnastics?
Yeah, I haven't watched women's gymnastics, because so I don't really know.
I will tell you, if I had to watch men gymnasts versus female gymnasts, the girls are always more just mind-boggling to me. You know what I'm saying? The figure skating too, but the gymnastics, Carrie Strug, she basically won us a gold. I'll never forget. It was the Atlanta Olympics. I don't know if you guys remember Carrie Strug, but she basically, we needed like a 7 out of 10 or something like that. And she had basically broken her ankle. Mm-hmm. And she fucking, I mean, now I look at it, it's horrible, but I'll tell you what, it was one of the proudest moments to me to be an American, because she went and did that shit, and basically did that shit on a broken ankle. I don't know if you guys remember that. And she won us the gold medal. It was the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen in my life. But you want to talk about like digging deep? Because see, I've seen you in childbirth. Like, I've seen you at those moments where like you're digging deep and you're making the decision to quit or to go forward. And I understand it's kind of inevitable with childbirth, but any dude who's ever watched, and you know, no disrespect to the other girls, but you do them all natural. In other words, no epidural or whatever. So you're feeling every ounce of it. You know what I mean? And so, like, you know, I always talk about when they're giving Jesus the gall because it was mixed with basically, it was infused with drugs that would make you a more compliant crucifixion victim. And it said when Jesus tasted it, he spit it out because he wanted to endure all of the pain, like, to the peak. And so when you're going through that, and I'm seeing that happen, you know, like I've got an album that has those pictures, and like there's one with your face and all the rest of it. Like, that shit is unbelievable to me. Like, it's the closest to Christ that I think a human being can come to on this planet. But we don't have forums where that and then the commensurate motherhood is celebrated. Exactly.
And when even if you talk about a gymnast, that's still not putting on display, like, the only thing that women can do that men can't do is birth children. You can't do it. You can't feed them. You can't do it. Like, even you could give them a bottle, but you can't feed them from your body. No, and you can't birth them from your body.
I know what you're saying.
You know, like that. And maybe that's my gripe. Maybe that it's that our most intense moments of being, you know, at the epitome of, like, that is when that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a way and a place to display that energy, because in that moment you feel like, I don't know what it's like if you're drugged. I don't think you feel it like this if you're drugged. But if you're not drugged and you experience all the pain for that extended amount of time, and you know that pain is going to bring forth your child, and you feel like your body, you're feeling the baby moving, and you know like where stuff is at if you're conscious of what is happening with your own body. And there's this sort of like intense sort of like you're part of the earth, but you're part of something like supernatural. Like, it's the most amazing feeling ever, which is part of the reason why I don't want the drugs, because I want that feeling, even though the pain is intense.
Reza, you were
I was in a whole other place.
You were in a completely, like, it's very difficult.
it's like animalistic, but at the same time, it's like it's the most intensely womanly, insane moment that I ever felt in my entire life, and I've experienced it 3 times. It's insane.
But
there's no sport that displays that.
With Reza, though, like, you were just, it was kind of like you and God. I always felt like, a little bit of it. It was the first time, like, I felt like an intruder, like, yo, you should not be here.
Yeah, that was a very spiritual.
You know what I'm saying?
One,
like, it was a crazy.
It was me and God.
But the cool thing was, you know, all the nurses were women there, and you know, the main one was really, like, good to you. She remember the one?
Yeah, she was really nice, but they don't have what I'm looking for. Like I said to her, I hit that point where I was scared.
Yeah.
And I was like, go ahead.
No, like the old school midwives.
I said to her, because I said to myself, I can't say it out loud. If you say it out loud, then you start like feeling it even more, and it like changes something. So I was like internalizing everything, and I was keeping at a real like strong like, it's such an amazing feeling. But then I started getting scared because I'm like, yo, I have to deliver this child, like my bones, what they're gonna do, like everything, and my body, what it's gonna, and you start like. So I said to the midwife, I was like, I'm getting scared. And I wanted her to tell me something empowering. I'm like, this is her job. Like, by now she must know something that's empowering. And she said, it's okay, you'll get through it.
Well, see, the difference though is that the women at the village, you know, your sister.
I want them to tell me to dig deep. You're gonna, you know.
But your sister, that wouldn't help her like that. You see what I'm saying? My point is, back in the day, you lived with all these women of the village. It was the women of the village that were doing that with you. You didn't go. So this woman doesn't know you. So she's got to be as generic as possible. Now, if she would have known you, I guarantee you she would have been a lot more, you know, selection level, like dig deep, you know.
Yeah.
Here it is, you know, millions have done it before. You're going to do it again, and you're going to teach your daughter, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I want you to connect me to the people behind me, and I want you to drive me on toward the future.
Right.
Because I am birthing the future.
Right, and I can't do that in that moment. I can't.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So, but if she would have known you, she would have known that's what Sarai needs in that moment. But she doesn't know you. You guys are all disconnected from each other.
Right.
And men are disconnected from each other too. But sports is something that we have where we can come together and we can replicate war without anybody dying, because for men, that physical activity is what binds us together. Back in the day, you guys were always together. And everybody's all separated now. We're all individualists. And then the things that are distinctly feminine have been completely denigrated. We don't want dresses. We want pantsuits, blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I just wish that women would come back and celebrate the things that are distinctly ours. Like, stop shouting about your abortion. Like, let's be happy that we're birthing children. Let's be happy that we have this. But it's like, I feel like there's so much focus on supporting the women that want to murder their children that there's not support for the women who don't want to. Like, how about we actually want our kids alive? Like, we want to birth our children and we want to raise our children and we want that support that's behind it and stuff.
I don't think it's as simple as that.
If that's what it feels like.
Right. But I don't think it's as simple as that.
That's what it feels like.
There's a lot of factors that go into why they make those decisions. But I agree. Women like you have been completely left behind. They've been completely left behind. And I understand that. But again,
see, Michelle agrees. She just had a baby.
That's not us, though.
Yeah, I know that.
You know
but it's like, well, when are women going to start standing up for each other? And you know,
I think pendulums swing all the time. I think pendulums swing all the time, and I think the pendulum is swinging back. You know what I'm saying? You've got the Chloe's and the you know what I'm saying? That
hold on, some women get off on physical wins, some on mental. I felt unbelievable victory when I was named best of all of it at work. Not the same, but still a victory. Yeah, and to me, like, that's what childbirth, because you have got to keep your fucking mind in the head game, like in the game, because when you're birthing that child, like, if you start panicking about all the pain that you're feeling,
it's the toughest thing I've ever seen in my life.
You will lose. You have to stay on top of it, and you've got to keep, like, I don't give myself even a little tiny, like, if a pin, the thickness of a pin was like a little bit of space that I would give myself for like poo-pooing myself for the pain I was feeling. I don't do that. Not at all. I can stay ahead of it. So it's a mental game. It's a physical thing. And by the end of it, it's the most empowering thing ever. Especially if you pull the child out of the womb yourself. That's just a crazy feeling. And if anybody has the opportunity to do it, do not hesitate. You will never experience another moment that's that crazily empowering.
Yeah.
Anyway,
no, I think, being there and seeing it happen, there's just not a lot of words for it. And I think if it was celebrated, we would see that come out more in art and music and the movies we watch and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
But a lot of the times it's just the girls play acting as men, like the 555 thing. It's all these, female intelligence officers, and they've got guns and they're going around the world shooting people, yada yada yada. Anybody that knows how that game works, that's not how it works. It's just not true. There are female intelligence. It's 555. These female intelligence officers, and they're all like mini Rambos. It's like they can't just be celebrated for the shit that there are actual. Like, for example, Zero Dark 30. There was a CIA officer, and she basically brought down Bin Laden, but she wasn't doing all the gunplay. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. She was using her mind, and she stalked that motherfucker, and she slept for 2 hours a day for 5-6 years, I think it was. I mean, she was the character in that movie was really a conglomeration of a couple people, most of whom were women. Most of them were women. You see what I'm saying? And so it's like, it's that kind of shit where it's like, and of course with Zero Dark 30, all people think about is the actual, when the SEALs went in there and whatever. But the major thrust of the movie was focused on this woman and how relentless she was at chase. They would call Bin Laden her boyfriend and all that, and that's true. It really did happen. They call her boyfriend, but like. It was focusing on on this woman and how she crafted this and used many times faulty intelligence or incomplete intelligence to create this mosaic where, it was that. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But I see.
But that's not important. I don't like that because she's using all of what she is to bring about death. And I feel like that's not the epitome of womanhood. You use your mental and physical and all that to bring life.
Well, I don't agree with that at all. I mean, Bin Laden was a murderer.
Yeah, I know.
And so,
he can go. I don't have a problem with that. But I'm saying I don't feel like that shows the epitome of womanhood. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, that would be. I agree with you. It'd be childbirth, but that's something where the society as a whole, has to celebrate that. You're not going to have a sport that. Or even a show or whatever that demonstrates that. But I think a lot of women are craving some form of that camaraderie, that sisterly camaraderie that's kind of primal, and the whole village aspect where the women in the village would get together and they take care of each other and all the rest of it. I think a lot of women in the modern age are craving that, and you're certainly craving that. And and the thing is, I told you could have done anything. You could have been a supermodel, or you could have been, and you've got the legs for it. I mean, you're very powerful. You could have done anything in any realm. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I get it, but I also think that you're reacting to a certain degree of loneliness that you have because you don't, throughout your life, you haven't been able to be comfortable around feminine energy for whatever reason. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And, like, I understand that sucks, but if we were more communication and less individualistic, we'd be a lot happier.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree with that. I think a lot of this is this radical individualism. You know what I'm saying? And when you combine it with second and third wave of feminism, and now the fourth wave of feminism, then you get a lot of lonely women who don't have any identity anymore, and are cut off from their purpose. You know what I'm saying? Whereas men, we were like, yeah, go ahead. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're still gonna. So you create these societal sort of rituals that celebrate, masculinity, but there aren't those societal rituals that celebrate femininity, I think is what you're saying.
Right.
And I agree with that.
there's no place to, I'm not going to friggin' birth a child every year so I can have that experience, but there must be something out there that that's close to that. You know what I'm saying? Like war is reflected in the sports. It's like, okay, nobody's dying, but you get to see the skill and all that stuff like war.
You get the resources and the women.
What?
After the war, you get all the resources in the women, right? And so the sports guys.
Yeah, but where is that for women? And like the other thing too is like when the football guys are coming out, or even in the locker room or something, like sometimes they have their shirts off and all that stuff. But it's not like people are, well, I mean, there probably are some people, but it's not like people are thinking like lustfully about them. It's just like when you see them all like built like that, you're like, holy shit, like look at these people. They're really working to work this sport, there's nothing lustful about it. I'm sure that there are some people that take it there, but I'm talking about just like generally speaking.
Do you find that to be true?
And I feel like that there should be something like that for women too. Everything has to get, when women bond, it's much deeper than when dudes say we're buddies. I literally have no clue. I've never bonded with any women like that, so I don't know. And I don't trust women at all, which is very sad. I don't trust them.
You don't trust women at all?
No, I don't. I don't have any women in my life or that I've passed, and I don't trust any of them. None.
How much is that due to recent events?
Well, yeah, that had a massive...
Yeah, so like I feel like if you watch this review like in 3 months, you might have a different perspective on it.
Why? Who would I start trusting? What woman in my life?
I just think you're too close to. I think you're too close to the events because one happened last week and another one happened like 3 or 4 days ago, and I just think you're way too close to. I think that emotionally, it could put you in a state where you're like fuck all women everywhere. You see what I'm saying?
No, I don't feel like that. I just said I want the sport thing, and I want that. It makes me want it more.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what you just said about women.
That I don't trust them?
You don't trust them and all this. Like, don't you think that you're probably too close to recent events last week to... I mean, I've heard you express that to a degree, but not
I was going to say, I feel like I've been expressing this for years.
Not with this level of, like...
feeling about it. No, I agree. Obviously, recent events have made it a lot more... Yeah.
Yeah, because some pretty significant, it's a betrayal, so some pretty significant...
There's that, and then, seeing, her and how she is with people I care deeply about.
Yeah.
That's not expressing that feminine, like, what we should be.
Right,
what she should be.
She's on the complete opposite.
She's destructive.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I'm just saying, and obviously... I experienced that for a while too, and you actually reoriented my mind around women actually, because I was dealing with that for such a long time that I was like, oh, this is, what I'm saying, and you actually reoriented that, and then began to have a relationship with Eve in the Bible and the Blessed Mother and all the rest of it. I'm like, okay, I mean, let's you know what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, people like that end up having a really corrosive effect on the mind. And what I'm saying is, if you would give yourself like 90 days to look back at this, I'm not saying like you would completely change your opinion on all women. I'm just saying that you would probably have different insights as to where you are 90 days from now. Because I feel like that's coming from, the horrible revelations of last week and the horrible, situation that happened a couple days ago.
I mean, I know that's what you think. I just know that I've been having these thoughts and feelings for a long time, and that was enough to erupt that volcano. Mm-hmm. Where it's like, okay, you know what? I'm so tired of like pretending that there's not an issue here. There's a massive issue, and there's a big miss. Like, there's no... like...
Yeah, but honey, simultaneously, no, I'm with you. I'm going to push on you a little bit, though. But I think the world you're currently in is like, it would be impossible to even have that camaraderie, because at some point you've got to trust the women in your life or the friends in your life. At some point you have to trust them in order to get that camaraderie. So on the one hand, you're saying, we don't have this camaraderie, the celebration of femininity is gone. But on the other hand, you're saying, fuck them, I don't trust any of them. You see what I'm saying? Like, one of those has to give. You got to at some point let that go and And this is something I pray for you a lot, is for you to get a really close friend that's a girl. And you know, I think understanding that's why I said, you know, between the breaks is I think we do better not to judge morally per se, but try to understand why people make the decisions that they make or why they do what they do. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And it's not so that you can let them off the hook, but it's just so that you have more of an understanding of them and yourself, because I don't think it's healthy to never have at least one close female friend. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, I agree with that.
So at some point you have to trust and open up to somebody.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean?
You know, perhaps when we move and we're around different people. I don't know.
Yeah, and I agree. Up here, it's probably, you know, because it's all parochial and it's, you know, there's 5 people and you know, like, I understand that. And, you know, there's some serious issues with, because I know you tried with those people. Some of those, but those, again, these are religious people in a very specific subculture, and religious people are not the best people to.
Yeah, but I thought the subculture was really good. It wasn't like the usual.
The subculture was good for everybody except for you, because of how insecure a lot of people were, and just certain kinds of dynamics. You know what I'm saying? But I think in the next phase of our life, around the next couple of people, I think at some point, I'm not saying everybody, but like I said, you gotta have some trust at some level.
I think the other thing too was like, where's the friggin' sympathy? You know what I mean? Like, if, you know, as women, we should be nurturers, and so like, even if I don't necessarily like somebody, I'm not gonna sit there and watch them bleed out in front of me. I mean, I'm gonna grab the gauze and I'm gonna help them out. Mm-hmm. And you know, that was not like. Remember there's that story of that guy, I don't remember which it was. He came in and like they all fell on him with the knives. He came into the courtyard or something like that. It's a historical event.
Caesar?
I don't know. He came in and like everybody, and he was like,
and they said et tu, Brute?
I think so.
Yeah, Caesar, Julius Caesar, yeah.
He got stabbed by all the people.
Everybody in the Senate, yeah.
Right. That event, like.
That's how you feel with women.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. I don't know why I'm having all this big conversation right now.
Well, it's good. It's good for the soul. I mean, it's been a tough week. It's been a tough week. You've been let down by some pretty significant people, and you've had to see some... You've unfortunately seen the worst version of, you know, feminine energy, but you know, that doesn't mean that you can't trust any of them. See what I'm saying? But anyway, I hear you. Well, that was a fun song.
Yeah, what do you rate it?
9.
8.9.
8.9. Okay. Yeah. Well, one thing I will say is it's always real here, ladies and gents. It's always real here. Yep, there was a song. And we reviewed it.
Yeah, see, and Brooke, that's my thing too. I'm like, most girls that have close friends, they met when they were kids. I'm almost 40.
Well, that's all right. It's not quantity, it's quality. And inshallah, God will give you. There's some nice women out there for you. You and her are gonna do some Thelma and Louise shit, and I'll have to bail you guys out of prison. It'll be fun. And I really do. I based on that heated argumentation, Christina gives it a 666. Christina's kind of like my guitar teacher. She's the one that gives me all them drills and shit. Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, that that riff in the thing was... No, that was Sean. But there's another riff that I play around with that came about one of those drills. All right, well, dear listener, light reading on a Friday morning. Take care of each other. I don't know what else to say, but take care of each other. Be safe out there, and love your neighbor as yourself. Gang, 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 gang. It's Spotty Trade. I'm out of here. Vin out.
Sorry out.